Can we finish up Forza today? I hope so. Potentially doable. We'll see. As I said, I would like to get it done before Friday, so if we're not able to finish it up today for one reason or another, maybe bonus stream tomorrow to try and get it done. But we should, if I'm able to go long, which I should be able to. Um, if yeah, I'm able to just go for like 8 or so hours. So I was mathing it out in my head last night. I was like, because I could have done it yesterday for stream instead of Balatro a little bit, but I was like mathing out. I'm like, I have like 8 or so events left, and if each one takes about an hour, that's about 8 hours. And while I could have split that into two 4 hour streams, I think I could probably just go for one longer stream. Of course, that's an average, but whether or not that's true or not is another story. But yeah, let us go racing. Here you are. I see, I see. Because yeah, we have one regional, one factory spec, 4 professional, and 2 endurance races. So that's 8 sets of events. After this, we'll hit level 50 at the very least. And that works for me. Also, I will admit, I am also expecting a package delivery today. So I kind of have to try and listen out for that a little bit. I know what you might say. Why did you just wait until after I arrived to start streaming? Because the estimated arrival window ends about 4 hours from now, and I don't want to have to wait to stream for 4 more hours when this is already going to be a long stream. So yeah. Thought I was going to get around that, but then I was not. But by then, I should say. Yeah, 40 laps on this track. I mean, this track's pretty short at the very least. So I can't complain too much, but yeah. We have 2 endurance races, 4 professional series events, a factory spec, and a regional championship. So I think the order is going to be endurance, professional, regional, professional, factory spec, professional, professional, endurance. I'm doing alright. Just vibing. I do recognize the name. Welcome on in. I like Fire. Has been a while, but welcome back. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Hopefully you've been having a good time. It's a classic, that's for sure. As I've said before, I haven't played anything newer than Motorsport 6 when it comes to the Motorsport games. Oh, I didn't put the music back on. I also realized I didn't put the music on yet. Huh. Then again, I am leaning away a little bit, but you know. I know that the car engine noises can be a little loud, but it's also the car engine noises. I may have underestimated how long this is going to take. I mean, again, that last lap did have a bit of a penalty, and it was the first lap. And the first lap is always the longest unless you fuck up on a lap, so, you know. Sadly. I mean, I guess your best bet would be to check to see if it works on the Steam Deck, because I believe the Steam Deck not natively runs a version of Linux. So if you can check to see if the Steam Deck is compatible, and if it isn't, it might be compatible with your version of Linux. I know, like, Linux is a complicated beast. Overall, probably better than Windows, but at the same time, it's probably not a great idea to use Linux if you are a streamer, just because a lot of programs might not necessarily have Linux versions. I'm sure it's possible, but yeah. I mean, hey, if you have a PlayStation or an Xbox, it's on both of those now. I mean, I guess with those on Xbox, but it's on PlayStation now, so. It's definitely a PS5. Ah, okay. Yeah, I can't really offer much advice on that in particular, since, like I said, I don't have Linux. I know Linux is a complicated creature, but yeah, I mean, hey, that's just kind of fun. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with this yapping, right? I mean, that's kind of something I need to get better at, just kind of out loud yapping. Not my strongest suit. I know you might say, but you stream. How can you be bad at it? I mean, there are so many times where I am just quiet and don't know what to say or don't have anything to say, etc., etc. I tend to start out being better at yapping, like at the beginning of a stream, and then the further on I get, the less yappy I get, unless, you know, I have the ability to bounce off of someone or just think of things to talk about. Like right now, obviously I'm talking a lot, but you know. True. Luckily, some things in this are also just kind of turn brain off and zone out a little bit. Like this part of the track here, just kind of start yapping because it's just half of an oval. Like I don't really have to think about where I'm driving. Obviously, some tracks are better than others. Like I don't want to start yapping when I'm driving on King Cobra. Kind of have to concentrate a little bit there. But at least on this track, it's a lot less bad. I have played 1, 2, and 3. I got all of the achievements in 1 and 3, and I am like 2 achievements off getting all the achievements in 2. The only reason I don't have those 2 achievements is because they're online related, and by the time I got most of the achievements, I didn't know anyone who was even playing the game, so. And it's not something I can very easily quote-unquote boost with myself, just because of the setup I would need to do that. Even outside of needing 2 consoles, it's the fact that I would need to, I think I would need to actually be able to control both of the accounts at once, or, you know, I would need a second person to boost the achievements with, rather than just 2 accounts. If I wanted to get those last 2 achievements. Yeah, fun enough, my well, I say goal, it's now Game Pass Core, I believe, is the quote-unquote gold equivalent now. Yeah, that for me, that ran out like a month ago, and I just haven't renewed it, because it's like, well, at the moment, there's not really anything that interests me online-wise on Xbox. Like, I kind of must have been more of a PC gamer, or a Switch gamer, in recent years. I mean, hey, I have a beefy PC. Why the hell don't I use it more? And here we are. I am using it more. Especially after the fucking hassle I had at the end of last year and the beginning of this year, where I had to try and figure out what the problem was with my computer starting to blue screen a lot more often, which was... Eventually, we realized it ended up being like a boot drive issue, which was kind of annoying, so I had to reset up everything, and I did that earlier, back when the previous boot drive kind of just died completely as a boot drive. Like, I can still use it for storage, but as a boot drive, it's completely, like, it was, I had to have it. Luckily, I had a spare drive that I could use for it, but yeah. It was just really annoying having to set all that shit up again. That was like a couple of days worth of work. It looks like it'll pull everything important from my old drive, like all my images and like documents and stuff. So I was able to like not necessarily restore everything, but remake everything. So it didn't end up being too bad. And I mean, hey, some things ended up being improved. Like the new starting soon screen was because of what I had when I was making it for the first time, remaking it for the first time on this drive. I had that idea instead of just doing what I did prior, which I think was more interesting. I will say, setting up the text on that starting soon screen, which I know YouTube hasn't really seen, and I also, you know, only has shown up during the starting soon, so what I can do is I can show it off really, really quickly. Getting that text to be like that was actually kind of annoying because that was not in OBS. I could not do that in OBS. I had to do that in an image editing program. Getting that gradient was annoying, and it's mainly like that because of, you know, the eyes on the PNG. That was just something I cobbled together because out of the stuff that I had access to when I was resetting up OBS the first time on this right corner. That's one of the yeah, that's just one of the animated emotes. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, since I have a fairly beefy PC, it's like, well, I should probably use it more, right? More than just for the streaming of the video games. I should use it for actually playing video games as well. Partially why I grabbed Monster Hunter Wilds on PC rather than on console, even though console would probably be better for me to run it off in terms of I would say consistent performance, but it's not consistent on consoles, but you know. So hold on. You don't have to. I appreciate it. No. I appreciate it. Thank you for this, for the frames. Hope you enjoy your badge emotes, lack of ads, all that good stuff. And hey, now you get both of the versions of the Dancing Kirby. You get the Vibe version and the Jamming version, as well as every other emote that I have. It is based on the like Kirby 64 sound test thing with the Kirby doing that. That was the inspiration for that. I think, are all my animated emotes inspired by a Kirby thing? Vibe and Jam are oof is, but it's a little bit more. It's not necessarily low key. It's just something that you might not pick up at first glance for the oof. I'm blanking on what my other animates are. Oh, the Wave. Yeah, the Wave is not necessarily explicitly based on a Kirby thing. It's more so specifically that that dance is from the soundtrack for Kirby 64. Like, obviously Kirby has the Kirby dance, which is in a lot of games, but the specific like movement is inspired by the sound test Kirby from Kirby 64. Yeah, the oof emo. This one I said. This one is a bit of a deep cut, but it's based on the lost animation of Bandana Waddle Dee in not Samurai Kirby, in the Megaton Punch minigame from Kirby Superstar. Fair. Kind of low key because of the car engine noises, but it is there. You can hear the clock ticking in the background for Temporal Spire. I have a lot of PMD music in this playlist. Which, maybe? I would have to check, because, yeah, I'd have to check to see the date, or you could check to see the date of follow. I think you can do that by, clicking on your username and, like, saying the date, because I generally tend to remember the dates when I streamed some things, or at least the general time frame where I streamed things. So it's possible that you did. That's since I've streamed every PMD game, some more than once. Okay, 2023. That would have been during the Sky Temple randomizer, yes. So it's entirely possible that it was, yeah. Maybe someday I'll do another Sky Temple randomizer. That was funny. Although it did break last time I did it, and I may have to, like, and that's the worry, I'd have to fix the magnet again. I mean, hey, PMD's good. Sky Temple randomizer are very funny as well. I know one thing I'm mildly considering doing as a, like, sub-point goal would be Torchic only Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers. Which, I know you're like, how are you going to do that? But at the very least with Sky Temple, you can modify, like, the starters. Or it would be both Torchic, since I don't think you can. I do not think it's possible to not have a partner and not have the game just break. So just be double Torchic. I may also have to find a way to make it so that every, like, teammate partner Pokemon that you get in a dungeon, like the Grovyle or Bidoof or Celebi, is also Torchic. Unless I just issue that rule, because that'd be a lot of work. Like, issue that particular part, oops, all Torchic. True. It'd be a lot of work trying to have to replace all the actors in gameplay with Torchic, even if, you know, Torchic is my favorite Pokemon. Well, that's the beauty of a randomizer, right? Revival seeds. I mean, luckily, Earthquake and Earth Power aren't really there in the main story dungeons of Explorers. I know Earth Tower shows up a lot in the World Abyss because of the Needle line. Earthquake isn't great either, but at the very least, Earthquake also takes out the enemies in the room. Use discharge. Yeah. Which is in. Hey, look, it's in Temporal Spire. We circled back around to Temporal Tower. Yeah, that's just an emote I've had as like a FFZ emote for a very long time. Because Porygon 2 is as a Pokemon I do really like. The Pokemon? No, it's just ones that happen to be BTTV or FFZ emotes that I have in the channel. Porygon Z is just one of them. Not Porygon Z, Porygon 2 is one of them because yeah, I like Porygon 2. And I only have a limited amount of slots, so I can't really add a lot. Like a limited amount of FFC slots. Porygon 2 at this point is just there outside the fact that I like it. Porygon 2 is there because it's been there for a very long time. It's kind of a grandfather claused in at this point. If I really need the FFC slots, I will sub it out, but it's rare for me to need the FFC slots. Very cool. Same! I love those digital funky ducks. Porygon Z is also really fun to have when you're doing the Pokemon mod in Balatro. Especially if you're on the Luminous deck. Because of how that works, it's very goofy. It is very silly though, for Porygon Z in that deck, because how that deck works is that every Pokemon will spawn with a random quote-unquote type for the energy to match it. And Porygon Z's effect is that whenever an energy card is used, or a Terra Orb card is used, which is basically just an energy card plus a type changer, it gains Molt. But since it also applies to cards that have that effect applied to them even if you don't have said card. So when a card appears in the shop, it will very briefly spawn with its normal type and then have that type changed by I guess, a Terra Orb applying, like, in the background. But it will still give, like, Porygon Z some, some, like, scaling, which is really funny. And I remember learning that, I was like, holy shit, that's incredible. Yeah, fun mod. I mean, Watcher is also a fun game, but it's also a fun mod. You know, I zoned out and we're almost 2/5 of the way done. I say zoned out, I started yapping. So anyway, I started yapping. Now we're done with this race. Well, we're almost done with this race. Almost is almost is doing a lot of fucking legwork there, but you know. 15 out of 40 ain't bad. Yep, that's an endurance race. These are endurance races. They are very much like that. I think this one has the second greatest amount of laps. The only one that has more is a 45 lap race, but that track is also like 2 kilometers long. So I can't say I blame it for being 45 laps. This track is not terribly long either, but it's 40 laps. I have to go white to avoid that guy. We are now 2/5 of the way done. Okay, yeah, this race is probably gonna take an hour, but it's definitely take a while. Near the end, I'm missing one first. Yeah, that would definitely be a problem if you're playing on like a higher difficulty, like playing on normal or especially hard. Like God, that would be awful. The shells, true. I just have to worry about crashing myself. Which does happen. I do in fact crash. To be fair, this collision on my car is because I hit another car at like the very start, but Luckily, I have damage turned, like, oh, I have actual damage turned off. This is purely cosmetic. Like, it doesn't affect how my car performs. I only have cosmetic damage on. Which, yeah, because I am not the most consistent driver. Case in point, I just bumped that car twice. I don't know if they're in the same car I am. We are going to hit level 50 after this race, so I'm going to get an achievement after this race. Also, fun fact, I do have every achievement on this game on my primary account. I'm playing this on my alt account. All achievements, well, better. Yeah. The only reason I wouldn't look to get all achievements again is because of the achievement that requires you to get 1 million credits in online, which is, I think, still doable, question mark? I don't know. It was doable when I did it back in 2019 on my main account, which was the last achievement I needed on my main account. But yeah. You know, I will say, I have gotten... Should I tell you, the only Xbox 360 Forza game that I don't have every achievement in is the Xbox 360 version of Forza Horizon 2, because I didn't play the Xbox 360 version, I played the Xbox One version. I have every achievement in this game, Forza Motorsport 3, Horizon 1, and Motorsport 4. The most recent one I got the last achievement was actually Motorsport 3 back in 2020 when I got the achievement for completing every event in that game, because I hadn't actually done that when I was younger. But it was at like the start of 2020, I was like, sure, fuck it, why not? This gives me something to do. Plus I was only like 4 achievements away from getting everything in the game by that point. So I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll just go for it. And I mean, hey, they gave me something to do in the early months of the fucking pandemic, that's for sure. Now granted, the early months were also filled with Pokemon Mission Dungeon Rescue Team DX. But still. I think I started the Forza grind after Rescue Team DX. Playthrough, I still need to put up on YouTube, the first Rescue Team DX playthrough. But as I said before, that is like 12 VODs. So that's gonna take I mean, it's 12 VODs, and I already, since I'm going in chronological order with the old, former highlights, I have to wait for all the other ones to go. I think I'll start uploading that first TND playthrough in, June. Which is still over a month away, I know. But that month will be here in, like, 2 weeks. Oh shit, we're at the halfway point. Okay, so this race is going to take about 55 minutes. Okay. Well, it was right when I assumed it would take about an hour or so. Halfway there, yee. Plus, I don't hate this track, so I'm, you know... It didn't feel that bad, since there are definitely tracks in this game I hate significantly more. Hey, I've been over that a lot, but I mean, hey, gives me more to yap about if I fucking bitch about those tracks again. I'm trying to think, do I actually need to do them again? Maybe if they show up in the R1 class World Championship, I will, but I don't know. I know I need to do one of them again, as part of the Legends Championship. God, I'm not gonna be happy having to do that track in that goddamn car. Thanks, Nürburgring. Shout out to the endurance race on that track that I've already done. 7 laps. Only 7 laps, and yet because the track is 20 goddamn kilometers long, it still takes about 45 to 50 minutes. Maybe even 50 to 55 minutes. If I'm not correct. It is part out. It's the main reason why I've done Torchic only playthroughs of certain mainline games, and I plan to do more. But those tend to be those games tend to be follower milestone goals. And the last one we did was, Heart Gold Soul Silver. So that was what I was going to prevent that or anything. I mean, I've liked Torchic since I was a kid. I do have a funny story that's Torchic related, but that's not necessarily the reason that it became my favorite Pokemon. I remember once my cousin, one of my cousins, got a Torchic plushie, and I thought the Torchic was so cute that I may or may not have stolen it when I was like 5. I actually still have it too. Backstory. For Torchic, there's no fun backstory as to why it's my favorite, but there are fun stories related to the bird. See, now Porygon 2, I have a backstory in regards to why I like that one so much. It managed to single-handedly save my bacon when I was doing a battle, like a Pokemon battle against a friend back during the XY days. That motherfucker managed to survive a Metagross Hammer Arm from like 100 HP and I lived on 3. And I survived a Nidoqueen Earth Power from 50 HP and ended on 1. Eviolite Porygon 2 is no goddamn joke. That shit went crazy. I see the post. I can't really read it since it's cornered, but I see pop-up. Randomizer and causing problems. Ah, fair. I don't steal things. Fair. I don't think I have a Pokemon that I would consider a favorite because of like randomizers and stuff. I haven't like done enough Nuzlocks to have a Pokemon that I like because it saved my ass in a Nuzlocke once. Then again, as I've said before, I have to be in like a really specific mindset to want to do Nuzlocks. The birthday egg locks are fun, but the main reason they've kind of, I didn't do one this year, is because I like giving people more choices, and since the last one I did was Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, there's no other way to give people more choices at the moment. I would have to subtract choices from people if I were to do any other games. Like if I did Orats, and obviously there's no Gen 7 Pokemon. If I did like Sword or Shield or Scarlet Violet, and obviously, you know, there's also just not every Pokemon in those games, so it's just kind of like, okay. But as I said, I'd be in a certain mindset for no blocks in the first place. I have to be ready to like think and like plan shit. And yeah, especially when it comes to like just playing ROM hacks, I just kind of like playing them casually. I want to experience the experience and not like be stuck there reselling like a couple of gyms or a couple of gyms. It's why I don't ever really see myself playing things like Emerald Kaizo or like Run and Bun and stuff like that. Those games are built to be just incredibly difficult. And it's like, I don't think I'd have that much fun with that. I like difficulty, but I don't like it being like stupid difficult. Like I've played like Renegade Platinum, like Blaze Black 2 Redux. I like the Grand Quality when I played that last year. Inclement Emerald's also fun. Emerald Rogue's also fun, but one, it's very different from your traditional Pokemon ROM hack, and two, I also have to be in a bit of a specific mindset to play it, which is why I haven't really played it in a little while. I know when it comes to roguelikes and one thing my roguelike picks, I kind of just play Balatro, because that's a lot more digestible to play. Like, for Balatro, obviously, your average run is maybe about half an hour to 45 minutes. And obviously, if you go into endless mode, then there's that. But like the average Emerald Rogue run is at least an hour and a half. Still ahead of the game. Well, all I can say to that one is practice, practice, practice. Just keep playing. You'll slowly get better. I remember when I first played it, I was like, this game's fairly difficult. And this was back when I was just like, you know, playing White Stake and Red Stake for the first time. Nowadays, I could probably win vast majority of like White Stake runs that I would do. Whereas back then it would be like a kind of a crapshoot. And I say that now because I have not only got Completionist Plus, I've got Completionist Plus in that game. I've got every Joker a gold sticker. Now granted, some of them did get carried through runs, but a lot of them did a lot, and it took a lot of work getting all 150 Jokers through a gold stake run. Even if some of them were still absurdly rare, looking at you, Dark Meta Knight, also known as Glass Joker. I do kind of have to specify, because I know not everyone will have seen the modded cards I have. I say modded, I just kind of replaced the things on them, the images on them. They have the exact, it's basically vanilla with a coat paint. Wish on gold stake. I've had some fucking stupid gold stake ones, I'll say that much. checker deck. I mean, hey, once is still good. Congratulations. Gold stake is still not particularly easy. Checker deck was my first gold stake win. I think, well, hey, must have been a lot of temperance value at least. Let's see, I'm trying to think. I remember I won, I think I have won a run twice using like 2 Joker stencils. And that was pretty much it. Okay, no, one of them had 2 Joker stencils and a regular, regular old Jimbo. One of them had 2 Joker stencils. I think one of them I had 4. One of them I had 4 Joker stencils and an ancient Joker. That was certainly something. Very funny. I mean, to be fair, it's not a bad combo, it's just not the best for scaling. Like, obviously it scales decently well, but there are definitely better scaling Jokers, since you are using 2 to scale 1 Joker. But as I said, it's also temperance value, so it's not inherently terrible. Especially if you get some good scaling Pines Malt. Kind of carry to it, fair. I remember a run where I got anti-1 Yorick on painted deck, and then eventually got a blueprint, and I'm like, well, this is gotta be the easiest goddamn run of my life. And that was a gold stake. I was like, well, that was like an autopilot run. I don't know if Yorick was the second legendary Joker I got through a gold stake run. The first one was actually Chaco. Oh, there you go. I mean, fair. If only you got like a gift card or something, crank up that value even more. Not fair. As long as you had something for chips there, I mean, I assume you did, considering you said it was on a purple stake run that you beat. So yeah, as long as you're able to get like chips or like, again, a good time small option, then that's still very good. And yeah, again, temperance value. Temperance value goes crazy. I mean, still, I used to provide some use to your scoring as well. Shout out to the runs I've had that have been carried by getting like an early foil on like a Madness. So I get chips and malt like really early. And it's like, well, GG's. Oh, shout out to the one run where I had 2 Eternal Madnesses. That was funny. Spade, wash, foil, punch, York. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good combination. It was very wacky. Yeah, I like have to remember 2 sets of names for the Jokers, since well, obviously like I have to remember the basic set so that when I'm talking to like other people about it. But then like when I'm playing it myself, I have to remember the names of the Jokers that I've set, because as I alluded to earlier, I have set like I have put like Kirby skins, like Kirby character skins on the Jokers. So I have to remember who's what. I've obviously been referring to the regular names. But obviously, as it stands, when I play, I typically use the Kirby names. Unless I'm, playing modded, but I don't really count modded as that because it's modded. It's supposed to be, they're supposed to be different. I guess what I have is technically modded, but I consider it vanilla with a coat of paint, since I haven't modified any like effects of anything. It is literally just a different skin on the cards. Then we'll read it. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. That always sucks. I try to pay attention to the boss fight prior, but like sometimes I just forget, or I just I like glaze over it. Oof, yeah. Unfortunate, but oh well. Unfortunate, but that kind of thing does just happen sometimes. Sometimes the boss plane just destroys your entire setup. Lovely, endearing couple. Photograph hanging Chad. The evil and intimidating plant. Permanent space Joker. I still remember one of my like earliest, like first runs. I got a space Joker that like procced worryingly often, to the point that one of my friends who had played Bellagio before, and so I was like, I have never seen it proc this often. What is happening? I have definitely regressed to the mean since then, but I was like, holy shit, dude. Needle is horrible if it shows up like fairly early and you don't really have a lot of setup done. But later on you get, it kind of doesn't really matter all that much, unless you're heavily reliant on card sharp. Like, that's what it tends to matter for. One's got tier 4 Andes? Oh no. Of RNG. I mean, to be fair, I feel like I get lucky card procs more often than Spaceman procs, but I know it's a lot easier to influence lucky card triggers than it is Spaceman triggers, so that's a little unfair of a comparison. that's valid. That's a good strategy. A lot of the time, I kind of don't end up doing that, and that's probably my biggest. That's probably my biggest like factor when it comes to losing runs, is that I don't tend to early accumulate interest. Behind to get past the needle. At least when it comes to like gold stake, you kind of just gotta take what you're given. Although I do try and avoid early rentals if at all possible, since that will kill you. Early rentals will kill you, unless it like, unless it saves you or it's like a money joker. Early rentals will kill you. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think that's still very good. Congrats, congrats. Yeah, the main tip that tends to apply, like, this is a bit of a general tip, yeah. The main tip that tends to apply on the higher stakes is to just kind of go with the flow of what the run offers you if you can. Like, obviously, if it doesn't offer you a scoring joker, then you're kind of shit out of luck there. But, obviously, you know. It's more notable once you hit purple stake when the anti-scale a lot faster. Sometimes you really do just kind of got to take what you're given. But you just still got to be wary. I know my biggest hurdle tended to be, oddly enough, not really gold. My biggest hurdle tended to be purple. Probably because of, mainly because it's the first, like, stake to have the like, highest scaling. Orange. Okay, fair enough. But still. Wrong way around. But yeah. Fair. I know I had to beat purple, technically I'd be in purple 19 or so times, maybe a little bit more, but about 19 times, because one for each base game deck and then one for each of the Pokemon decks. Super lucky. Well then, that is a great run until you find the evil and intimidating plant, that's for sure. This was over $1 billion? Hell yeah. I remember when I got my first $1 billion, that shit was hell. Hell yeah. Not hell. It was hell yeah. It's also really fun when you hit your first E. I thought about this doing yesterday's stream. I'm pretty sure, like, at one point, on the weekend, or just before, or like last week anyway, I had a run that, if it was on the plasma deck, genuinely could have reached the Nanin. I got a super early Perkio. I was able to get a lot of blueprints and a lot of brainstorms, and I was like, and I got an early observatory as well. Oh, you know, I got an anti-7 observatory. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It does. I know what my highest score is, and I got it on that run. The run I was just mentioning, the Perkio one. It was, I said, sadly it was not on plasma. I wish it was on plasma because that run would have gone fucked up. E13, hell yeah. Because yeah, early on in that run, I got... Yeah, early in that run, I got a Canio and a Perkio, like... I think it was back-to-back shops. I managed to get the soul cards, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Not fair. I mean, that makes sense. Maybe you just had a really good plasma run, because it's easier to get the ease on plasma. Yippee! The first race of the day is done. Level 50. Cool. You got a new car. And I yapped a lot and didn't hydrate at all during that race, so I'm gonna hydrate. One moment. There we go. Yeah, 2 cars. Did I think the game gives you an R3 class car from an R2 class event? Yeah. It's annoying. It's a little annoying that it doesn't, that doesn't tend to keep track of anything for your collection. Hold on, I'm trying to check how many laps there's in the shop. 35, okay. 35 laps for that, okay. That's a fun one. I got the unfortunate thing, I say the unfortunate. The thing is, I got all the challenges done, like, early. Well, not all the challenges, but most of the challenges done, like, early. Spell that right. Listen, I get what you mean. I know what you mean. Most of the ancient Joker? Fair enough. I will say the hardest one is definitely the Golden Needle Challenge. That one was fucking annoying. Plus 4 losing? Oof. The 1-7 of clubs. I mean, to be fair, for Ancient Joker, it's just clubs. With Ancient Joker, you want to try and keep a balanced deck. Like a balanced deck of suits. But also still play flushes. And what else? Yeah, no, if you get like Ancient, what you want to try and do is, if you have an imbalance of one particular suit, you definitely want to try and fix that. Either by removing other suits or by converting. Or just have a lot of wild cards, one of the two. So wow, it feels weird driving an R4 class car after we just drove an R3 class car for an hour. And hey, we're back on this track, but for a different event and in reverse. And also only 6 laps, not 40. Oof, yeah. Because the thing with Ancient is that, unlike like Idol or the mail-in rebate, it doesn't select based on what your deck has. It just goes through them. It just goes through the suits randomly. The only thing it will not do is repeat the same suit twice in a row. Idle, yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, idle is the problem one for that. Yeah, it requires a ton of deck fixing to get idle to be even, like, decent. Like, it's great once you have it, but if you don't have it, it is not good at all. It's kind of why when I was going for Completionist Plus Plus, I kind of just slipped idle through as a joker that I could slip through rather than trying to form a run around it. Because this might sound weird, idle is probably one of the worst jokers for your basic anti-8 run. Where it shines is endless. Blessing clubs, yeah, that stings. Like, idle is overall a good card. It's just terrible for your like typical A anti run. Maybe one day I'll do... I want to say a tier list of the jokers in Balatro. The only problem is that tier list is a little complicated for that game. Because, yeah, there are some jokers that are always just really good. And some that just feel like they're terrible. But then there's just a lot of them that fall into a case of they are run saving for some runs and then just terrible for others, you know? So it's like, it's a case of which one would be ones I find most, or found the most generally useful and like so on. Like, which ones I found most generally useful, which ones I didn't tend to find useful at all, which ones were very sparingly useful, etc, etc. That's kind of how you want to approach the game, rather than a, oh, this is good, this is bad. You want to approach it in a, what is useful for what I have? And what is bad for what I have? Like, for example, Hologram is a great times mode joker, but it's not good if you're trying to, like, get a small deck for something. Meanwhile, again, something like Baron is a good card if you're going for a small deck, but if you have, like, Hologram, then Baron is not great. Yeah, you can add a lot of kings, but also, like, you have to do a lot of converting and getting rid of other cards. You can kind of combine them, but at that point it's a lot of work, and probably not worth it in the long term. Good. DNA, yes. Mail-in rebate. Mail-in rebate works with like, it has good synergy with idle, and that you'll want to have a lot of the same card, so you can, you know, work on those together. But mail-in rebate does tend to have more general use. It's not quite as annoying to get online as idle. What's the card? Trading card. Trading card is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Fair enough, yeah. That's a good one. It's fair. Yeah, trading card's pretty good. Yeah, like, Madness is not good until you hit Black Stake, where you get Eternal Jokers. One thing I do wish was a thing, though, is, like, something to make a Joker Eternal. Like, obviously that's niche, but then again, it's also a lot of things in the game, so it's like, okay. Like, everything has its niche, and making something eternal that you'd want to keep is good if you get a Madness as well. Yeah, that's why Madness is better on higher stakes. It's one of the few cards to be better, like, actively better on higher stakes. Also, the fact that madness can never be perishable is worth noting. Like, something that's worth noting is a lot of the scaling jokers, like score scaling, can never be perishable. That's another reason why scaling jokers are so helpful on higher stakes, because they just can't die. Because, I mean, what would be the point in scaling them only for them to die, right? Also, another thing, on gold and like high stakes, what you want to try and do is, like, Judgment's good because it allows you to get a sticker-free Joker, as long as you have, like, you know, the space for it. And obviously, sometimes you can hit a good one, sometimes you may not hit a good one, but hey. Yeah, pretty much. The only ones I can think of that don't, like, that start scaling before you pick them up are, like, the Fortune Teller and Erosion, but that's mainly just because Erosion tracks the amount of cards removed from your deck. It's not exactly based on one, it's based on your deck size. Throwback. Can throwback be perishable? I don't think I've ever seen perishable throwback. Then again, I also don't really use throwback because the higher your difficulty, the worse skipping gets. Especially if you already have other scaling jokers. I still think it's very funny that the run I got throwback through on Gold Stake, I had madness. For what it's worth, throwback did like very little. I think I skipped maybe once or twice, at most. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember ever seeing it be a perishable, but it might be. You know, throwback is okay on lower stakes, but yeah, definitely worse on higher stakes when skipping gets worse. Let's see, no, that last race was fairly short. Good. The track has a lot of turns and I see the post, but I can't really read it while I'm turning, so hold on. From Magic Trick, I have all Joker and such things. So you'll get the completionist. Yeah, that voucher was definitely a little bit annoying to go. It was annoying to get first, and also you need to find it, which means you need to get the playing trick or magic trick, and then you need to buy a bunch of cards with it, and then you need to buy like. Potentially in another one, buy Magic Trick again after you've unlocked it, and then buy the new voucher. You know what achievement was weirdly annoying for me to try and get though? The one for playing a flush of wild cards. Annoying because every time I seem to try and get like the setup for 5 wild cards, I always seem to die. The flush achievement recently. I managed to get all the achievements on Balatro, but I've had most of them for a while. Obviously the last one I ended up getting was shocking, completionist plus plus. But yeah, I've had most of the important ones for a while. And most of just the miscellaneous ones, not important, miscellaneous. One sec. I'm still kind of listening out for any packages that I may or may not have ordered. Because that's it. I said earlier I did order one. It's just listening out for it. Especially now that it's ahead of the time that it may or may not be arriving. So it's worth paying attention. I do run around and don't run about every other few wild cards for the achievement. Fair. Oh yeah, I remember that achievement being surprisingly irritating to get. The main annoyance obviously stemming from the fact that you can only make 1 wild card at a time. So you have to make 5 wild cards and then you need to draw them in a round where none of them are debuffed. And they also, you know, you also can't end up playing a straight flush or a flush 5 or a flush house. Well, that's fair. As long as hey, as long as you have the achievement, right? I think, what was the last achievement I got that was not completionist based? It might have actually been the wild card one. We have 2 more achievements. True. Shout out to the achievement for getting 5 vouchers before the end of Ante 4. That achievement is a lot easier than it sounds as long as you buy 2 vouchers while using the magic deck. But I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. Considering you start off with 3 vouchers on that deck. I feel like I did once as well, but I don't remember. I think the last thing I needed for my completionist achievement for unlocking everything in the collection was actually Stone Joker. Like Stone Joker and Glass Joker were quite rare for me to see. Did there as well. Yeah, I only have it on Steam, but hey, Steam allows me to mod, so that's fun. I've considered picking it up on my phone just so I can play it on the go, but then I will not be beating the addicted allegations. It would give me something to play when I'm out of the house at the very least. If I have my phone. If I'm in a situation where I'm kind of chilling and I'm not home and I have my phone. Or otherwise don't have access to my computer. Fair enough, that's actually a fairly smart reason, yeah. I've been considering getting this like a compact laptop for similar reasons, in case like I just head out and so for that kind of thing. But yeah, it was satellite. I didn't really struggle to get satellite. I managed to find it fairly early once I got it. But so yeah, bye Poke. Have a good, hopefully the rest of your day improves. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I will say satellite could definitely have a slightly better payoff for how difficult it is to get. It's not terrible, but it's also, you know, they're definitely better. Like, my favorite econ Joker is absolutely Rocket, because it's, if you can get it at any one, then your money is pretty much sorted for the rest of the run. Rocket's a lot of fun. I know mail and rebate is good, but to me it's just a little too RNG reliant for me to enjoy it like to the most, to like its greatest effect. Also, I know the more you deck fix, the better it gets. So it's not a bad card. I just prefer my more consistent money options. It's why a Golden Joker is just one of my most used cards. It's just, you know, a flat 4 money. That's never bad. Yeah, I think that's also how I got it. If I remember correctly, I think that's also how I got it. I'm now reminded of the run I did the last week in Pokemon, where because of the Joker setup I had, I may or may not have ended up getting over $2,000. Because I had a build centered around lucky cards, and I was getting a 9 out of 15 chance for the $20, but those cards were proccing so much. It was effectively my econ for the run. And given how often they were proccing, that's a lot of potential $20. It was actually fucked up. And it's funny because I was also hitting the plus 20 literally every single time. I had a 9 in 5 chance. Cause yeah, one of the Pokemon, the Togekiss, triples the like how often lucky cards like effects hit. So, you know, go from like a 1 in 5 to 3 in 5 for the plus 20. And then I also had the Venomoth, which certain Grace exactly that is the thing. And then I had Venomoth, which is basically oops all 6s, but like more. Instead of it being a 1 in 6, it's like things were 3 in 6. I will say, I don't think I've ever had a normal run with more than 1 oops. I know there's that challenge where you have the where you have two of them and a full deck of glass cards. Which, can I just say, I got stupidly lucky in that run. I managed to get an early DNA, and I think I got like a blueprint or a brainstorm. So I was able to just copy one of the glass queens and just eventually make flush fives. Oh no, it wasn't flush fives, it was a high card build. It was a high card build. But I was able to just copy the one queen. True. You know what's fun though? There's a mod which it's called Deck Creator. It allows you to make your own decks. And one of the settings for making a deck is to increase or lower the odds of things happening at base without even having to have an oops. So one thing I did that I thought was kind of neat, I made a deck around Glass Joker, right? Because of the mod I have, it's actually more so themed around Dark Mennonite and Kirby the Amazing Mirror. But what I did was you start off with an Eternal Glass Joker, and it's similar to a Erratic deck in that all suits and ranks are randomized, but you will always start off with 4 glass cards. But glass cards have a 1 in 8 chance to break, or technically 0.5 in 4, which is 1 in 8. Obviously, you still break them manually, like Kind Man and stuff, to get mult on your glass. But yeah, and there's a 25% chance when a glass card breaks that it becomes a stone card. That's apparently a setting as well. I thought that was a fun idea. It's actually a pretty fun deck, honestly. Also pretty cool. I have yet to play the wackiest one. Well, technically that's untrue. I played a little bit of Cryptid once off stream and testing. I managed to break it by Ante 2. Not through any fault of my own or even crafting like a crazy setup. I picked up a Joker that had a value that crashed the game. And by that I mean the value said nil, when it probably shouldn't have. No, yeah, no, that'll prevent, unfortunately. That will stop you. It's pretty funny. I was like, what do you mean I broke the game already? Average Cryptid experience. One day I need to go and play it in full though. I plan to stream it at some point, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised if I crash it a lot when I stream it. But that seems like it'll be fun when I get around to it. And I mean, hey, now that I got the completionist plus on Pokemon by getting the gold stake win and all those decks, I can always go and play Cryptid whenever I want. I will say, do not ever expect me to completionist plus Cryptid, because there is 1, so many new added decks, and 2, there's also so many new added stakes that that's not happening. If I'm playing Cryptid, it is solely for fun. There are also some like other vanilla-esque mods that I want to try out at some point. I think that'd be fun. Part of me one day wants to potentially take the Kirby mod that I have, like the aesthetics, and make it like be an actual mod with like new cards and stuff. But that is a lot of work. And if I do that, I'll definitely want like custom art for the cards, just because I don't want to keep pulling from like official art sources or just like sprites from games. I'd rather have like actual commissioned art for them. Or, you know, something like that. Especially if I put that one out for like actual like mod distribution. Honestly, I need to learn how to modify a Joker's effects first before I even consider adding a new one. I know how to modify the text of a Joker, but that doesn't really modify the effect of it. I do think my favorite like card modification in like base block was probably Lucky. Like Lucky is just fun. Obviously, you want to try and win without relying on the Lucky procs, but when they do proc, it is serotonin. Especially if you get the money shot. Ooh, baby, $20 is $20. $20. Me when I open a Spectral pack and see an Immolate right there. Ooh, another fun thing about Eternal Jokers is that you can take hexes and onks without having to worry about destroying good cards if they're Eternal. As an onk with a madness is really funny, especially if it's an Eternal Madness. It's another reason why I wish there was like a card to make a Joker Eternal. Maybe. I know some mods have that already. Well, you could. Not anymore. That service got shut down a very long time ago. I don't even know if the online servers are still up for this game. They were in 2019, but that was also, again, 5.5 years ago when I last checked, so... Unfortunate. Yeah, a little. Always sucks the online servers for a classic game go down. Killed Steam too? Oh, what did you do? Oh no. Oh no. God, I remember when I first set up the mods for Balatro, there was no mod manager. It was a lot of work getting Pokemon working for the first time, but now there's a mod manager, it's so much easier. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think as it stands, I have like 3 separate mod managers. Actually, no, sorry, I have like 4 separate mod managers. I have the Balatro one. I have Thunderstore for like Lethal Company and stuff. I think I have Vortex. When I played, I know. Oh no, actually, I don't know if I reinstalled that one or not. I may have Vortex. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% that. But I also have the Mod Organizer mod loader, specifically for Fallout: A Tale of Two Wastelands, which combines Fallout 3 and New Vegas into one game. Fair. I know I used to have like the Technic launcher for Pixelmon. But again, that was before I had to reset the main drive, the boot drive on my PC, so... There's just some things I haven't set up again since then. For reasons of I've not really had a reason to reset them up. Celeste? Oh, I didn't know that I had a mod manager. I mean, I know I had mods, I just didn't know I had a mod manager like that, but fair. You know, I kind of zoned out. I'm already on lap 3, what? Let's start this game. Oh, fun! That's really fun. Yay! Let's face this track. I wouldn't know. All I know is this is a Silver Mission Engine version of Amp Planes. I said I would not know. All I know is this is the Super Mission Engine version of Amp Planes. I have 4 Amp Planes as the Explorer the Sky version, because there is no other version. That's only an Explorer the Sky. Ah, well, it's the final lap, who cares? Whee! weather here has been quite warm and sunny over the last few days, and I think because of that, my nose has been kind of stuffy today. They might hear me like sniffing and stuff. I mean, I guess that's kind of the opposite of it being stuffy, but like, you know, if it starts running, then. Fair, kind of same. Again, it's kind of the summer, so I could probably start going out for some more walks when it's good weather. Wouldn't hurt to do that, to be fair. Fair enough, no worries, have fun when you do. I'm just going to be at this Forza grind for a long time today. But I do want to get it done before Friday, and getting it done today would be pretty nice. It means tomorrow is still, Thursday would still be day off, so. No, that's fair, that's fair. Take a break from that. Go out, get some like fresh air. Never a bad idea. Yeah, we're back on this track after the last stream of this opened with this track on an endurance race. Actually, that reminds me, after this set of events, I do need to check something. I'd see if the tracks that I hit are in the R1 Professional Series World Championship here. I fucking hope they're not. Ads in 5 minutes. And we're done with this one. On to the final race in this car, at least. Seven laps, that's it. Excuse me? What a fucking asshole, hello? You in the Audi. Fuck you. I don't care. Fuck you. You deserve that one. I don't care if it took me with you. You deserve that one. May you be in last for the rest of the race. Super nice. Hell yeah. Oh, sorry. Well, I guess that guy's gonna be the last now. No, I'm the asshole. I didn't mean to hit the last guy. But I guess taking out on the other racers now. That's 2 have sent off the track. Oh no. Well, the Audi's now in 7th. Hey, it's like the first lap never happened. But we're definitely gonna have a better lap this time. I'll say that much. Everyone in last. Tempting. I just don't need to right now. It would have been funny though. I just wanted to say fuck you specifically to the guy in the Audi for spinning me out at the very beginning for no reason. Like, that's just being an asshole for the sake of it. See, that was a much better second lap. Shocking what happens when you don't get spun out immediately in one lap at the beginning of the lap, right? Okay, had to sneeze there, so I paused the game for that. And mute my mic. We're gonna get a lot of achievements in this game today. We're gonna get, obviously, we're gonna hit level 50, which we already did. We're gonna get the achievement for completing or getting gold and everything in the regional championship, the factory spec, the professional series, the endurance races, getting a gold in absolutely everything. And we're also gonna get every car from Spain and France. As part of that. Oh yeah, I also just realized, I'm pretty sure there's an achievement tied to the auction house, which obviously doesn't exist anymore, so I wouldn't be able to get every achievement in this game even if I wanted to. At least not again. Luckily I've already done it once, but if I wanted to try and do it again, I wouldn't be able to. You know, Aegis Cave is good music for a very annoying ass dungeon. Alright, series complete. And that's a new car. I think it's an R3 class car. Yep. I was correct. Let me check something before we depart from here. As I'm pretty sure the worst thing that I could possibly have to do is here. Yep. Oh, well, I don't have to do it 3 times today at the very least. God damn it. Time for the R1 class power game, yay! Right, this car is really, really responsive. Also, I'm probably braking way too early. If I even have to for as much as some of these corners. Like some of them a lot, but I still have to brake for them a little bit, but like I don't think it's anywhere near as much as the game says I have to. Seven laps on this track in this car. At least the laps are pretty quick, but still. That part of the track really just loses textures, or proper texturing, or sometimes. I've not taken that turn as well as I could have. I'm just testing turning limits for this car. No, players, you put the music the wrong way around. Come on. This should have been before the previous. Silly playlist. But should I tell an A-class car does this track in like 2 minutes? This is almost 30 seconds faster. More bells, more so like 20 to 25 seconds, but still. That's insane. We'll check something at this race over 1 moment. that I heard door noises in terms of my front door, so I tried to get my package on here. Apparently I missed it, god damn it. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyway. Let's go back home. Bonnie, welcome home. Oh, I guess I'll reattempt the delivery of it tomorrow. Oh, I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I guess I should be able to listen out for it. Heard door noises. Oh. A funny timing. God, it's gonna feel so weird going from a car like this, which is really good, to the next car, because it's probably not gonna be good at all. Yeah, I guess it'll be easier to post note for tomorrow since I won't be streaming tomorrow. Yeah, I know I was taking a risk when I said about when I was going to stream today, but it's Wednesday, I normally stream Wednesday anyway. And I said I could have waited until it arrived, but I'd have to wait another like 3 hours. We've already been going for 2.5 hours, so oh well. Nice. Enjoy. Oh, not a fan. Not a fan, or do you have like an allergy to pepper or something? easy, no good. Oh. It's unfortunate to hear that. I think you don't really have anyone or anything you can give them to. No, that's fair. I know that feeling. It's like you have something and it's like, well, I can tolerate eating it, but I don't want to get it again or more. It was good to experiment, but like, eh. This one wasn't it. Yeah. Took out that clone in particular. Sticker was bad. Oh, fair. I know I like tuna sandwiches, but honestly, to me there are definitely some brands and stuff that are better than others. Like quality-wise and whatnot. I can't say I've ever had fruit from there. Then again, I don't even remember the last time I was in one of those out. So, yeah, I couldn't tell you. Well, so far I had that mistake doesn't do much. Stores. Fair, I've just never been in. I want to say I've seen one before, but I also couldn't tell you if I have or not. I mean, fair enough. As I don't actually know if there's any nearby where I am. Although the name is familiar, I could not tell you if I've seen one. I'd have to look it up. Look, we have six laps on this track and this car. That should give us a vague estimate of how long the last endurance race is going to take us if we do this now. I want to say it'll take about 2 minutes a lap, maybe a little bit under, but it's been a while. Okay, let's say on average each lap is 150, so that's 35 times 110. So theoretically it'd be just over an hour if it was 35 laps at 110 seconds a lap. Again, give or take. Which would be just over an hour, but obviously it looks like it'll be a little bit less than that. It'll be between the 145 to 150 mark. So that's going to be a long endurance race, but I guess it puts the endurance in it, so can't complain. They're called endurance races for a reason. Triple mushroom. If only. I guess it'd help on those few straightaways, right? On an optimal lap, I could probably hit a 145, but that requires me being optimal, and I'm never great at being optimal when it comes to driving. But yeah, I could definitely see that last endurance race taking about an hour. And that one is not an exaggeration. I forget how well this car brakes sometimes. By sometimes, I mean like pretty much all the time. I'm pretty sure this is just straight up the best car in the game. So I'm glad I invested in it by doing that R2 World Championship early. Yeah, I think that endurance is going to take us just over an hour. I was doing some quick math there because it took us about 8 minutes 53 to get through the first 5 laps, so we just multiplied that by 7, or I guess multiplied the amount of seconds by 7. And it comes out to about 3,700, roughly. I'm not going to do the exact math, I just need to do the rough calculations. I mean, won't go to a turn like that. But yeah. I'm definitely going to say at least an hour or so. That's going to be a long race when we get there. It'll be the last thing we do, but it's going to be a long race when we get there. God, my car is just better than all of theirs, huh? It's probably going to be the fastest race of the day. And that's saying something. It's 8 laps. Yeah, with each lap being sub 120. But that went wide there, so I'm gonna have to brake. They had the heavy brake there, that's fine. Oh, that's been a pretty good lap, and I got run off track there briefly. That is a really good lap. What? No, I don't know what that noise is on that one turn. I don't know why it does that. Crazy how close I'm actually like lapping some of them. I gain so much time on them. Fuck. Well, at least there was a quick 360, right? I swear to God, every time I try and pass someone on this track, that kind of thing happens. I like make a mistake. Yeah, for some reason I'm just really bad at lapping people on this track specifically. Like, I always seem to fuck up either just before or just after I lap someone. Well, there was their sub 10 minutes on this. Ow. That was rude. Hey, they hit me. Curious. They didn't actually lose that many positions. I was curious how many. Know you later. Famous last words. That could have actually been a sub 10 minute race and fuck up one of those laps where I had to lap someone. Oh, ads soon. And now we're back to a long track, or a longer one, I should say, not necessarily long. I mean, it's kind of long, but it's not massively. There are jokes to be made there. Sure. So this is what our third event series of the day, because we had the endurance race and the R4 series. And then this, yeah. Had a sick drift there by accident, not what I wanted to do. You know, I just realized, we've used this car in the final event series of a group of events, twice as of this one, but 4 separate times total. It was the last one we used in the rivalry face-offs. It'll be the last one we use right now in the regional championships. It'll be the last one we use in the R1 World Championships. It'll be the last one we use in the endurance races. I guess professional series, I should say. So it'll be we use this car to finish off 4 like groups of events. Hey, we're gonna get 2 achievements out of this race. That's right. The one from all cars from the one with all cars from Spain, and the one for all golds on the regional championships. Like when we beat the endurance races, we're gonna get 3 achievements. All endurance races, all golds, and then all cars from France. It's a bit of an oddball compared to the other 2, but it's fine. Hold on, I'm listening because I'm pretty sure this track's a lot of... Yeah, there we go. There's the nothing at the end of this track. So let me just get rid of that. Hold on. There we go. bad turn. Could have been worse. Oh, we're on the last lap. I kind of zoned out a little bit. That was quick. Tough, you almost lapped these guys. Kinda glad that's not really annoying, but still. Yay, achievement. All gold. There's all cars from Spain. 1 gamer score for that, by the way. Just 1. And then a lot of money for completing all that. And there's the car we got. It's a cool looking car. It's a shame you get it so late that it barely matters. Okay, we're gonna flip-flop between the professional series and like here. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one. And I'm not looking forward to this one, but we're gonna do it anyway. Because I'm not really looking forward to driving this car on this fuck-off track. But before I do that, what I'm going to do first is, I can't upgrade the car, but I can paint it. You know. Nope, wrong one. You already know, baby. If I do this, then what I can do is do that all on the top, because why not? And that saves it. I'm not gonna like driving this car, but I can at least like looking at it while I'm driving it. I'm probably gonna put the STM on this car. I mean, you saw that. I mean, the fucking Shelby from the other stream was awful, and that was with it on. This is probably going to be just as bad, to be fair. I don't actually remember my experience of driving this car when I played this game the first time. Oh no, I'm gonna lose 20% of the money I earn. I don't care. I already hit level 50. It doesn't matter to me. Yay! Why didn't I take the recommendation of the braking line? I'm stupid. I already fucked up because I forgot I'm not in a good car. I'm in a shit car. Oh, yep, it's going to be drifty. Yep, that's going to be so fun. I already don't like this car. I'm not even trying and this car drifts. Fucking Christ, this car is terrible. I wish I could put upgrades on this car, but I cannot. That's where it feels like when I hit the brakes, this car gets a small jolt of speed before slowing down. Oh, sure, we're taking the inside there, not the outside. I hate this car so much. I'm getting this shit out of the way just so the rest of the races will be at least semi-smooth sailing. I've already saved 53 seconds on the previous lap. This car is so bad. I guess the next like hour or so it's just gonna be me complaining about how awful this car is. Yeah, I know this car like won Le Mans or something, but like, holy shit. I'm glad I forgot how bad this car was to drive, because if I had to remember that this was coming up, I would have... I don't know what I would have done. I don't actually know if this or the Shelby are worse. Both of them are awful in their own way, but that way is very similar. I genuinely do not know how I forgot about this car. We actually have like the worst race in the game coming up soon. Oh no. God, and I thought Nürburgring was bad as an endurance race. Or with unmodified cars. Oh. I mean, like the Shelby, I guess it looks nice, but looks don't mean shit when it's miserable to drive. S-Class car, by the way. I can't wait until I'm in a better car already. At least I get joy out of this track and not this car. This music track, I mean. We have 6 races in this car. God. This is gonna suck. The only way this could be worse is if King Cobra was here, but it's not, thank fuck. Yeah, just use the racing line. Trust it when it says to brake. Welcome back, Poke. You came back while I am driving this god-awful piece of shit. But hopefully you had a good time. Or at least not a bad one. Fair. Well, I mean, yes, I had more time to chill. But I can understand if you're excited to go. Fair. Fair, fair. Understandable. So yeah, sorry to hear they got cancelled. Even if you weren't necessarily looking forward to it the most. I should have braked. I mean, honestly, I felt like that could have gone a lot worse, even if I was off the track and got a 9-second penalty, but I could have gone a lot worse. But yeah, no, I will never like this car or enjoy it or have fun with it. To anyone who enjoys driving this car, I will question why the fuck. Only 4 more races to go after this one in this car. For the record, when this car drifts, that is not me trying to make it drift. That is me just trying to take the corner normally. Four more to go. I am going to hate the next hour. Well, I mean, at this point, it's gonna be about an hour actually. I'm still gonna hate it just because of this car. 6 races in this car. I may or may not be using the fucking handbrake something I've never really had to do for a car. 4 more to go. Yeah. Okay. This is not gonna be a pleasant time. Pretty sure we heard the Star Rallies running this earlier today. I think. Nope, nope, nope. Why did I keep driving the grass? Am I stupid? Hey, look, there's the cars catching up. I hate this car so much. And when my wheels hit the grass, I'm like, I actually had to. I hesitated on like driving off it because like this car is so bad, I might spin out even if I try and correct it. Because as I said, this car like drifts all the fucking time. I just want to get the usage of this car over and done with so I never have to use it again. Take that, cone. I tried to hit the cones. I got too close. I thought I was going to be just far enough away from the cones. I was not. I can't go on. That was a very sudden loud noise. I apologize. What's up? Don't do that on the 7th last lap. If I'm going to do that, do it on the last lap where it doesn't matter as much. Somehow I'm still 40 seconds ahead despite that. Wait, 40 seconds ahead a second, I mean. Three more to go. One of them's gonna be terrible. Man, the game really likes 6 laps on tracks, huh? With this car. You know, I'd be fine with like 2 or 3 laps on a track that's not the Nürburgring. You know, something like 3 laps on this would be fine. I'd be happy with that. Get me out of this car faster, please. How much care I have to take when driving this? I genuinely feel like I'm driving a car made entirely out of glass. Ads in 5 minutes. Wow, it's already been almost 4 hours? Shit. Guess I've done 3 series of events. I expect each of them to take at least an hour. This music is too epic for this car. Well, we're halfway done with this race at least. How did that stand up there in the middle of the track? Man, we're just gonna go from this track into absolute hell, and it's gonna suck. It's gonna be turbo ass. I don't know how I managed that, I'm gonna be honest. You know, when in doubt, blame it on the car. Something bad worker blames their tools, something, I don't care, this car's garbage. You know, I don't think I ever took this stream. I remember one time, let's say one time, at Christmas, I think it was 2009. I remember getting Forza Motorsport 3, but I got the limited edition, but I didn't. Obviously, I was like surprised to see I got limited edition at the time. And it came with a USB stick and a keyring, as well as codes for like I think the VIP pack and stuff. But I remember that USB stick because it had a light on it that was glow orange. I have not had that USB stick in a very long time, and last I remember it was like 2 gigabytes worth of storage, so it was pretty bad, but it looked cool. And that's all that matters, right? And then I remember, I don't know if it was the next Christmas or the Christmas after. I think it was the next one. A similar thing happened in terms of the game size. But I feel like, I want to say that, but I feel like Forza 4 came out in 2011. But I also want to say that I once mistook, like at the Christmas that I got Forza 4, I mistook something else for the limited edition of it after the Forza 3's limited edition. That's true. I was talking about the USB stick that came with the limited edition of Forza Motorsport 3. Time for hell. Terrible car, terrible track, probably gonna be the worst race in the entire fucking game. Ah, this is gonna suck. Ah. I hate this racetrack. I'm gonna hydrate though first, so a moment. Oh hey, we heard that's a lot on Saturday. Because when we play Planet Robobot, I would rather be playing that right now than this car on this track. I'll say that much. I am not looking forward to this at all. I don't like this track when I'm in a good car. Now you want me to do it in a car that drifts like a fucking Joy-Con? And brakes like a fucking... Okay, I don't know what that's like. Brakes like an elephant? I don't know. Also, for what it's worth, that comment on the Joy-Con was, I'd say, a last-second word swap. Because my brain was like, I was about to say Maniac, but then my brain was like, no, Joy-Con is funnier. Which is true. That's a good counterpart analogy instead of the elephant. There are times I may not have to brake, but this car is so drifty that I should to be safe. Like here. Honestly, in my opinion, this racetrack, other than I don't like it, for a more nuanced part of it, or I guess part of the opinion is that I just think it's too long for its own good. And it's also really slim, so it's really hard to overtake. You have like 2 cars' width of space. So it just makes it really annoying to have to try and overtake someone. Obviously, it doesn't matter as much when you're in first, but it also just means you still have less space in case you make a mistake. I may look like I'm doing decently well right now, but 1, that will change, and 2, I'm also being absurdly cautious. in comparison. I mean, I'm always cautious on this track, but even in comparison to my usual wariness. Wow, I like hit that wall and it did like nothing. Like with other cars, I know I can just accelerate through that turn, but I'm not taking the chance on this car. Or through that little turn, not that bigger turn that we were at. And here, I know I could just hold down the accelerator for a while. But again, with this car, I am not taking that risk. Again, an R-Class car, I could just hold down the accelerator. Plus, even in that McLaren I drove at the end of last stream, I could accelerate most of the way through here. I still took it a little bit easy in that, but that car was a lot better than this one, that's for sure. And then we're coming up to the hairpin turn that is well known for being a bitch. I said I was being very wary. I mean, we'll be back on this track later in an R1 class car, so, you know, a good car that can handle well and doesn't feel like I'm constantly driving on ice. As I said at the start of the first race of this car, expect an hour of me just shit-talking this car. And it's been most of an hour of me shit-talking this car. What the hell? Anyway, it's been mostly an hour of me shit-talking this car. Hell, I'm pretty sure I just heard something in-game break on that thing, which is why I said, what the hell? Oh my god, I broke the glass cover on one of the headlights. How? Like, that wasn't even a problem when I don't think that was a problem until I heard that glass shatter a minute ago. God, I can't wait for that Porsche that comes next that we'll be driving. It's not going to be a great car, but it's going to be a damn sight better than this one, that's for certain. I said, it's not even the last race in the event series. We still got one more after this. Also, I do need to breathe at some point. Probably could have held it for longer, sure, but I didn't really take a breath before I did that, so... You know, better to be safe. You know, next time we're on this track, I need to remember and check that Coke can that we saw back there, because I'm pretty sure it said Coca-Cola Classic. And I'm pretty sure that's what they called Coca-Cola from like the mid-80s after they introduced New Coke until like 2009, 2010. I want to see if that is the case. I want to see if it does actually say Coca-Cola Classic there. Because that means you can tell this game was made before like 2009. Man, I was been doing really well in the first part of this track if I'm losing time that I gained over the previous lap. That's crazy. Okay, there we go. Gotta gain a little bit more. Oh, hey, Crystal Crossing, how are you? The track does seem to get wider on these turns, and it seems to go back to being small. Either that or I am seeing things. It definitely looks like it gets wider on those turns. But yeah, we got more. Still got another like 5 minutes of this track, don't we? Yep. Yeah, we do. And as I said, we got to come back here later in the R1 Professional World Series as well, which, I mean, hey, at least we're an R1 class car, right? Opium. Still can't say I'm inherently looking forward to it that much, but at least I'll be in a better car, so I can't be too mad. Again, I can with this one, with this car. Hey, we're a minute ahead a second. That means we can fuck up for an entire minute and still be ahead. Barely, but... And when I say fuck up for an entire minute, I mean literally just dead fucking stop for an entire minute. Up right here, just to be safe. Whee. Okay, we're on this long stretch now. So, we're in the back half of the lap at least, so that's good. Although I may or may not be slowly losing control of my car right now. It's fine, it'll be fine, just don't fuck up, forehead. Just simply do not crash or spin out or go off track, forehead. It's just that easy, forehead. Okay. At 111. 111 ahead. So just taking it easy. Taking the turns easy. And yeah, we still have one more race in this car afterwards. God. Why though? But why? I'd say we're in the last quarter now at least, so... After this next set of turns, do you think I can hold a Wii until we get to the end of the lap? When we get out to the final straightaway? Well, as long as not for a Nintendo Wii, right? Wii... God, that was getting annoying. Also, I like how, as I was doing it, my PNG tuber, stopped mouth moving. I think, VideoTube stopped picking up my... it kept picking it up, but I think it just, dipped below the point of, being picked up. If that makes sense. Like, activating the movement is what is the term I'm looking for. Oh god, 9 laps on this track in this car. Pain. But yeah, no, that E was getting annoying. Not difficult, but annoying. The noise was grating on me. And I have my earbuds in, but then again, I also hear my voice from the inside, so you know. On the plus side, I'm almost free from this. We're almost there. This race is probably gonna take like 15 minutes though. That's a nasty turn, even when you're in a good car. I thought you were saying same to the E. It's because I did all the E. E, 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 E. Oh, that's neat. Something's horny. I thought it was discovered that you're never horny in a stats chat. Everyone else is, but you aren't. Or is that someone else? Oh hey, we heard this a lot when we played Super Kirby Clash last week. For 69. Oh wow, nice. Yep, that sounds like Hawaii. That is dead, absolutely devastated. No! Is it like one of those small desk fans, or like one of the handheld ones, or is it like one of the bigger ones? Well, that's fine. I mean, that still sucks, but yeah, you know, okay. Okay, when you said dead, I thought you meant broke, not battery dead. Okay, that's not that bad, but it's not great, it's still. Dead. Well, it's not great, but I said, yeah, keep it working. Yeah, my room has no, aircon, nor any radiators, so it kind of just depends on what the temperature is outside. Yeah, so my room, it gets very cold in the winter, but it gets quite warm in the summer. I have an electric heater and a fan for if it gets too cold or too warm. The fan is not plugged in, but I may need to go plug it in at some point, since this week is supposed to be really warm. Really warm. Just keep it somewhere in like the 15 to like somewhere around like 15, 16 degrees. I think 16 degrees is probably my sweet spot. Celsius, in case anyone is like, they try to make the Fahrenheit joke. All I know is this week is meant to be warm where I am. But I mean, hey, I figured you'd like the warm temperatures given your username. Smile. I don't know why I tried to fix that. Haha, lap 6 and 9, haha. That's valid. I'll admit, I don't really like either really hot or really cold. But especially since, obviously when it's really hot, I really am not a fan of, like, sweating. I don't like that. That's uncomfortable to me. But then also, like, I don't like extreme cold because my typical outfit tends to just be a short sleeve t-shirt and if I'm going out, maybe a hoodie. And well, obviously it's easier to wrap up than it is to, like, cool down. I don't like being too bulky when I go out or feeling too bulky. Although I know that I would rather stay warm than, stay warm if I'm out in the cold. Than be cold. But even then, I still tend to get cold anyway. So something, gotta love fucking climate change. Pain. This. I know that feeling as someone in The Neighbor, but like the cool part of The Neighbor, not the bad part. No, The Neighbor. But like the cool part of The Neighbor, not the bad part. $0.04. Yeah, no, I actually live in the Nether. I'm actually surrounded by gas right now. You can even hear one. No, you can't. I can't do a convincing gas voice. But I can sound like I'm dying inside. Sadly, last I checked, I didn't have any obsidian, so I can't get out of here. We're all dying inside. And some people are dying outside too. Depending on their heat tolerance, at least. Go. Yeah, you wouldn't really be able to sleep. Hey, we heard this during our Planet Robot playthrough over the weekend. He's sleeping away. I mean, it depends. When I get tapped by phantoms and you step into the overworld. You know, I will say I'm glad I found the fucking chat box style that has the messages in boxes and not just like no background. At least the box gives them kind of a background so they can be more chatting more than be on a preview, like on a scene. Well, I discovered that, so I can add chat to more of the scenes that I have. I have a lot of them. Actually, I think it's not on. I think chat's not on all of the scenes. Oh god, something's in my left eye, but I'm still driving. I am driving with one eye closed. Luckily, it's my worst eye. Okay, no, it's getting annoying. Hold on. Okay, there we go, it's gone. Or at least if it's gone, or if it's not gone, then it's at least been vanished to a part where it's not as irritating. Some loaded enchantments. And we did the gravity on you, we tried multiple times. Explosion with more pieces. Amazing! I like if we're driving a Ferrari or a Ford, we get an Audi. It's a cool blue one, but we still get an Audi. We're free of the shit car! Let's go! Mentor card is probably also not very great, but it can't be much worse than the last one. Hey, we're back on this track, the one we started stream off on. Am I great that this car sounds like it's making no noise? Or at least very little noise. Like, I can barely hear the engine of this car. You know, this is so much better to control than the last car. Oh my god, it feels like I'm driving an R-Class car compared to the last car. I know it's not the case, but like, holy shit, this car feels so much better. Like, I'm more than aware it's not the greatest car, but like, god damn. Like, the difference is astonishing. I mean, hell, you can even see it in the fact that I can actually kind of control the car. It's wild. Hey, we're gonna get an achievement after this series of races. After these 4 races, we're gonna get one. And we're gonna get a new car. And we're going to get a lot of money. Not that a lot of money really matters all that much, but still. They said this set of races about the 440 mark, so upstream, maybe like 442, but that's really how long the series takes. I think I just accelerate too much, but like now to like keep this car under control, it's kind of wild. Take that, number 3. You didn't even make the top. I already made that joke. Not today, but during one of the Forza streams, I already made that joke. Yeah, we're now in the back half of event series for today. I say seeing that the first one took almost 5 hours, I probably could have split it into 2 streams and did a bonus one tomorrow, but since I have to wait for packages tomorrow and shower and stuff anyways, like, probably better to get it all done in one and split it over 2, but I'm a bit busy tomorrow anyway. It's probably going to be at least an 8-hour stream because of the event series we still have to do. But yeah, I have never been so happy to drive such an average car. This car is a solid alright, but it feels like fucking God's gift to automotive motorsport right now. Well, hopefully nobody was using that for. Dinner, fair enough. Enjoy dinner. Hopefully you get something good. No versus 10 times. Yeah. We just get a boring track, to be honest. Star Dream. Let's go. You know, one thing I'm like in between on doing is I'm not sure if I should either when the Switch 2 version of Forgotten Land comes out, like the update with Starcross World, I'm not sure if I should just continue from the file I already did on stream, or just do like a new playthrough that is the Switch 2, like the Switch 2 version playthrough. And it's like, what do I want to do? So on the one hand, I'm continuing the playthrough from like 3 years ago. But on the other, it's still like, yeah, that was 3 years ago. It wouldn't hurt to do it again. And it's also like, if I continue the one from 3 years ago, then I get to play the new content immediately. But if I don't continue on 3 years ago, the whole new playthrough, then I get to re-experience the game and then do the content, but I don't get to do the new content immediately, which is one of the things I'm most excited for. So it's like, big think, that's for sure. Ads in 5 minutes. That grass really slowed down our car. We weren't even on it that much. You know, I need to check what day specifically June the 5th is, so that I know to keep an ear out for my Switch 2 when that comes in. Okay, it is Monday. Oh, that's fine. No, I don't know. Sorry, I'm looking at May. Never mind. Never mind. I'm looking at May. Never mind. Ignore me. It's a Thursday. Well, I don't normally stream Thursday anyway, so I guess it'd be easy keeping a listen out for that. Assuming it arrives on launch day, which, you know, in case it doesn't. Oh, sorry, in case it does, I want to keep an ear out. And one thing I'll give this car is that it is really quiet. Compared to the other cars we've been driving today. Yep, there's the ads. Holy shit, that billboard said Proton. Is that a motherfucking Linux reference? Holy shit, is that a reference to physics? You know, physics does sound like Linux. I see why there's One of them's called Proton. Well, say, it feels weird driving a basic, like, car after driving, like, a bunch of R-Class cars and whatever the fuck I drove about half an hour ago. The mistake I drove half an hour ago. But hey, at least it looked cool. I would say that car is catching strays, but to be honest, it kinda deserves to. It was that bad. Okay, so each lap is about 2 minutes. The track has a lot of nothing at the end of it, but... Okay, yeah, no, each lap on here is about 2 minutes. Hell yeah, what kind? Also, welcome back. I'm good. I mean, I guess that's technically correct. The best kind of correct. Really? I thought it'd be week 3. You know, maybe like an alt 1 or something. Barley bun, maybe even. Fancy. Fair. There's difference in being fancy and whether or not you might be like gluten intolerant or something else. I don't know if you are or not, but doesn't mean that you got a wheat burger bun. I don't think you are. But you know. I know it's more expensive. I know that type of stuff is more expensive than the normal, but I still wouldn't call it fancy. We're almost done. This is the 3rd race we need to do with this car. 3rd out of 4, so we're almost done with this car. The music track slaps. I like it. I'll say after this we're going to be jumping into an R3 class car, so the upgrade will be immense. So far today we've driven R2, R4, R1, X. This is the A-class car, and then we'll be going to R3 and R1. And hey, 8 more laps on this track. What's 8 more laps on this track, right? Hey, at least we get an achievement after this one. No, let's say stat-wise, this isn't actually that far behind the that Ferrari I was using. Like, it is worse in terms of the stats, but it also just feels so much more palatable to drive. It's crazy. Okay, that's gonna be just over 12 minutes in terms of race length. Damn, that would actually been a pretty good lap if I didn't get that 300 millisecond penalty. Lame. Hey, finally a better lap. Barely, but a better lap is a better lap. By completing all the races in it. All the career mode races in it. Also, hi Shay, how are you? Well, come on in. Hopefully you're having a good day. Nah, I don't have to do the car stuff. Time trials I can get, but the car stuff, nah, I'm good. Also, by doing the time trials, that means I have to do the Nürburgring again and King Cobra again, and I'd rather not. I don't want to do them more than I have to. I already don't like both of them, I don't want to have to do them again. Plus, I already have the achievement for the time trials on my main account, so, you know. Okay, no, that set of race it took about 50 minutes. Okay. Hey, achievement. All gold. And then we get a new car and a lot of money. And now that we're done with that, next professional series race, and then another one. We got R3 and then we got R1. But that is just worse. I like that one, the yellow one. It also gets me a little bit more money. back to a car that can brake a lot, brake very well actually. I feel like the car engines have gotten a lot quieter now that I've driven, like, since I started driving that Porsche. I feel like the car, I know I turned them down a little bit last stream, but like, not to this degree. I feel like this car was definitely a lot louder. But hey, yeah, we're back on this track in this car. It's just like the start of the previous stream of this game. This is the only time today we'll be driving a Japanese car, so... And fun enough, the R4 one was the only time today we'll be driving an American car. Oops, all European cars today, apparently. I mean, hey, if each race in this event here is about 10 minutes, and that's another 50 minutes instead of an hour, well, that's good. Okay, after this, no, we only have 3 sets of events left. This R3 World Championship, the R1 World Championship, and then the R1 Endurance race. Well, this is going to be a nice vibe for the rest of this race. There we are again. Whee! And hey, we're going to be seeing this track a lot later as well. The last endurance race is on here, as you know. this one's also going to take about 10 minutes, give or take. Fucked up those cones again. Okay, so it is possible to get a sub 2 minute in this car. Whether or not it actually gets another story, but it's possible. Hey, sub 2! Yippee! I'm hearing some slamming noises and I don't know what it is. My apologies if anyone else can hear those slamming noises occasionally. Like that one, I don't think that one was not heard, so I think that one was heard. I don't know what's going on. Oh, wow, almost have done with this set. Hey, 7 more laps on Sunset Peninsula. This shouldn't be that bad. The laps are faster. Yeah, the laps are faster than a minute and a half. Okay, jumped here a bit. Yeah, that track will do that. It always catches me out when I'm not ready for it, that's for sure. How it feels to have the playlist music shuffle, that's for sure. Well, we're about halfway done with this car before we just stick with the R1 class car for the rest of the screen. So ads in 3 minutes. I thought I was going to hit the tire wall there. Gonna exit that turn really wide. feel like I'm actually slowly but surely doing like a little better on every lap. Like obviously I'm not doing perfect, but like I'm slowly but surely getting a little bit better every time. Oh yeah, that's track. Did we also heard during the well, I mean, of course wasn't here during the wallpaper for the most part. Unless it's specifically like a Meta Nightmare Returns track or True Arena. And it's like, yeah, we're gonna have heard it. God, I love this track. It's just a vibe. Just chill out here. And the track's name is called Submarine Suburbs. That makes sense. And the plays in the underwater city level. Wow, we were so close to lapping them. Not even necessarily through no fault of my driving. Like I said, I'm pretty sure my driving for most of that race was pretty good. Even the last lap was still decent. It didn't mess up a little bit more, but still. Oh boy, more Silverstone! Yay! Oh wow, this is 405. We're just getting a lot of truck repeats today, but, you know, do be like that. It's still gonna take about 11 minutes. That was an interesting turn. Don't quite know exactly what happened there, but it didn't go off the track. Alright, one more to go in this car. And then we're in our final car for the day. Okay, so no lap in this car of about, give or take, about 1:20. Tends to be a little bit shorter than that, but I would just say 1:20 for guesswork. So as long as I don't fuck up, this should be the quickest race of today. Well, maybe not, actually. We had some pretty quick races in the R1 car earlier. When we were doing the regional championship. Appropriate music for this being the last race in this car. I really like this car though, it's a shame this is the last race in it, but well. The end of that lap could have been a little bit better, but the rest of it was good. Hey, look, a cone. How did I lose time going down a straight fucking road? What? Okay, we lost it? Yes. Yes, I have. Hi, Gia, how are you? Welcome on in. Hopefully you've been having a good day. I will say, I did not hit any walls in the endurance race that I did. I just had maybe like a quick scrape, but I'm not really going to count that. Even if it is technically hitting a wall, it's not like bumping it and like crashing or anything. But yeah, no, we had a fucking absolute garbage piece of shit car we had to drive earlier. And yeah, that was a complete dumpster fire. We're done with it, but yeah, no, that car sucked. And I absolutely hit some walls at one point with it. So still fair. I feel like they either missed a word or mistyped a word in that second sentence. I am not sure which one it is. So, okay. Yeah, my sleep schedule is at that point where it's kind of like normal for things going good. I love autocorrect. Yeah, I woke up today at like fucking 8 AM. Holy shit, that's like a normal time for this time zone. What the actual fuck? I know. Wow. Yo. We heard this when we played Planet Robot. I'm saying that for like almost every Planet Robot track, but it's fucking true. God, I love that boss fight. Cool, what mentioned? Absolutely. Hydrate. You know, this race is almost done. I'll get it when it's done. I know I'm on a big straight road, but the race is almost completely over anyway, so like, I may as well get it while we're in the menus. drink and drive? No. Shocking. I'd have to pause the game, and at that point, there's no point in pausing it when I'm, like, about to be done, but I can do it now. That was a fairly quick event. Series. Only 2 more to go. This one, where we have 6 races, and then the final endurance race. 6 laps. 6 laps. 9 laps. 7 laps. 2 laps, but fuck this track, and 10 laps on this one. Oh boy. But yeah, we're gonna be in this car for the next like 2 hours, so hope you like it. Hope you like looking at it. I've seen the behind of this car. World assumption, you are not one of those people. I'd get used to this car again, to be completely honest. I know I drove it earlier today, but like, I've driven such a fucking dogshit car in the in-between that it's kind of damaged my ability to drive this car, which is so much better. Like, the turning ability, braking, pretty much everything on this car is so good. Let's see, stick a chow then. Good. You're a reasonable human being in that regard. This car is really clean to use, to be fair. It is incredibly responsive, and I wish every car was like this. Kinda makes me think of a go-kart. 6 seconds saved. Hell to the yeah. Oh, well, that's good. GG. GG on the first, like, 2 or 3 antes. I'm gonna assume you meant to say slurs there, because that's an even funnier typo. Okay, that time I just didn't. I just accelerated too much early. Yeah, that's true. I will say, I think Forza 4 and like Motorsport 4 and a couple of other games have a van, like just the Ford Transit van in it as the well, I think the first one, Forza 4 had it as DLC. I know it's not exactly a minivan, it's a van, but, you know. Now just imagine a fucking soccer mom yelling just the word sluts at someone over and over again. Okay, the first really likes explores the sky music right now. Valid, but you know. Whoa, why was I turning right on that road, quote-unquote road there? Now there's a wall we bumped. That wasn't a minivan. It's gonna say that every time I hit a car or a wall now. You know, this would be a fucking crazy good lap. I didn't get that penalty super early. Look at that, a 142 if it wasn't for that penalty time. Did myself. Damn right I did. Pain. I saw that one flush didn't end it. So that's convenient at least. And of course, another flush. Ooh. Well, I mean, at least we'll get through it. Before you had the luchador? Oh. Well, hey. At least you still got through it, right? I know you could save your luchador for a different boss blind. Alright. I mean, still. Also, that was a fucking clean-ass lap. You'll love to see it. That was like a that was a low 142, yep. Hit you? Oh no. That's normally on a single heart. Oof. Yeah! I love it when the game just decides, hey, let's not draw what you want. Also, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this environment. We're going to be seeing it a lot later with the last endurance race. So, you know, that's going to be fun. That's going to be really fun. I forget how well this car brakes sometimes, to be completely honest. I absolutely could have braked a lot later there. Take that, cones. Like in our race earlier, we determined that like the best lap time I could probably get would be like a 145. When we were on this track in this car, so we should expect to see my best lap time be a 145 when we do the endurance race. Oh, we got a 145 917. That's pretty pog. Just randomly honk the horn. That would be funny. If only. Okay, I got too much speed. Okay. Okay, yeah, definitely. I still need to hit the brakes there. I can't just not. That was definitely not the best way I could have taken that turn. I probably lost time off the best lap. Ooh. I hope there's at least something. I don't know if I was talking about it earlier. I am unsure whether I should just continue the playthrough that I already had and only do Star Wars World there, or do like a full playthrough of the Switch 2 version. It's basically just a new file. And I'm not sure which one I should do. Because obviously if I only do the new content, then that means I get to new content immediately. But then there's a divide of like 3 years between the old and the original part playthrough and that. Or I could do like all of it, which means I don't get through the new content immediately, but I do get to play through the whole game. Hold on to it. I fucking wish. Look at that draw. Oof. Yeah. That's like honestly my quote-unquote biggest criticism of the Kirby, like the recent Kirby games, is that the co-op is not like online. It was I'd argue it was a bigger crime in Return to Dreamland Deluxe, since one, that's 4-player, and two, that's all the fucking sub games. Like, obviously, I wish it was also multiplayer in Forgotten Land, but I also wish there was more, like, multiplayer more in Return of Doom and Deluxe, just because of all the sub-games. They would have benefited from online. You know, come to think about it, I'm surprised they've never done, like, a Kirby Mario Party game. And by that I mean a party board game like Mario Party, not necessarily has a mini game, kind of like a Dream Buffet. I think that could be like really fun. As long as it has online, it could be really fun. I know there's that mod for Fortune Street, but I mean like officially. More side games. I mean, to be fair, Kirby was getting a lot of side games during the 3DS era, but most of them were like expansions to sub-games from the main games. So Kirby Clash, Floor Blast, Fighters, Drum Dash Deluxe. You know, out of all of those, the Drum Dash is the only one to not get like a follow-up in spirit. Because like Kirby Fighters, well, one, I got a Kirby Battle Royale, which is kind of Kirby Fighters on a 3D space, but also, you know, Kirby Fighters 2. Floor Blast has the 3D environments like, well, Forgotten Land, but also I had 3D environments like Battle Royale, and Team Kirby Clash also, you know, Super Kirby Clash and Kirby Clash Deluxe also on 3DS. I mean, I guess it's not something one after Kirby Clash Deluxe, but yeah. Tilt and Tumble 2? I mean, I guess we could, but we did have Tilt and Tumble 2. It was called Tilt and Roll, and it was in Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Smile. So I definitely want to break at least about around the 100 number, 100 sign. Okay, I just went wide there for no real reason other than I just went wide. Oh, I didn't have a wall at least. Hey, speaking of Forgotten Land, it's like the playlist heard us. Oh yeah, I don't know why I don't know why I was a little vague about the package that I ordered. Uh, yeah, I ordered the one that was the one that partially arrived earlier, but I did not hear it because Lamau was streaming. So I'll be arriving again tomorrow when I'm not streaming, so it makes it easier. But yeah, I ordered a hoodie and a plushie. It is one of the ones, well, it is one of the hoodies that I showed you the other, like last week or so, earlier this week, Gia, so, you know. I figured I'd grab a plushie with it, because I'm like, why not? I like this one. I figure it might be more interesting if you try and guess. I will say it's a Pokemon I like, obviously. So since it is Pokemon related, you know it's Pokemon related. No, as much as I thought about it, I do already have 3 of them. I wanted to get something a little different. And I know you can never have too many plushes of your favorite Pokemon, but I might try something more. Buskin? It's not the Torchic line. No, I do not like Chimchar. I do not like... Honestly, I don't know why. I don't really like any of the monkey Pokemon. Like, any of them. The only one that kind of escapes that fate is Annihilate, because it's very much not exactly... Like, it is, but it's funky enough that it's not split with the Quagsire line. It is not the Quagsire or Clodsire line. I will say, when I say it, you'll be like, ah, you know what, that makes sense. But I wanted to make it a little bit more fun. I do not think there is a Porygon 2 plushie available on the Pokemon Center website. Because Porygon did nothing wrong with Pokemon Disagrees. Or at least Pokemon Japan Disagrees. Oh my god, it's Mew 3! I'm almost caught up to last, what? I guess 7 laps will do that here. See, there is less Pokemon that I like. You may forget that. I will also say it's not Pikachu. Or Pikachu line. But also, hey, Cosmic Pikachu mentioned. Blue Cat. It is not Blue Cat. Would you care for a hint? Unknown J. No. I know not yet. I know they're coming out with the Alola Sitting Cuties plush line. But yeah, would anyone like a hint? It is a Pokemon that is of a type that is represented by an evolution. It's not much yet. Wow, it's been 7 hours. Last time I looked, we were at the 6-hour mark. What the fuck? Oh god. Marshtomp, no. Not Swampert. What? It is not, but that is an interesting guess. That's not meant to be a hint, it's just an interesting guess. Not something I would have expected someone to guess, is what I mean by that. I like Florges. Again, I also used one of my team and Scarlet, so I'm a little biased, but I like Florges. Florges. Just use the Eternal Flower Floette. Smile. Vesta? Nope. That would be a fun one to get eventually, or at least the Voltorb would be a fun one to get eventually. Bidoof, though. Bidoof is not of a type represented by an evolution, unless you consider Eevee an evolution. I don't know if people do. I don't know how divisive that take is. The size is good, amazing. Can't Eevee. I mean, fair. I guess it is the center point of the evolutions. But also is not like an evolution. So it's like, it can be either or. There. Fair. As I said, I'm gonna say it and you'll be like, yeah, okay, you know, that makes sense. I also want to check, see if, I was able to scroll up in chat and look because I was just a long straight road. Yeah, I have an idea for another hint if people want it. Or would you rather I just say what it is? Just think when? Hell yeah. Congrats. Primarina? It is not Primarina. I don't actually know if there's a Primarina plush yet, outside the Sitting Cuties line that's coming soon. There's no Prima's good. Fair, valid, true, correct. Okay, it is not Palkia. As I said, I'm gonna say it and it's gonna be very much like, oh, okay, that tracks. For sure. I mean, yeah. As far as I'm aware, what I ordered is not weak to Salamence. As far as I'm aware, I said. Tinkaton? It is not Tinkaton. Do they have a Tinkaton plush? I actually don't know. Probably, right? That Pokemon's popular. Okay, fair enough. And the hammer, you know what? That works. That works. Yeah, I have another hint if anybody wants it. What's the friends you made along the way? That would be funny, but it isn't. Sure. The Pokemon is of a type that has not yet been mentioned. So the type of the Pokemon has not been mentioned in either of the Pokemon, or like any of the Pokemon people have said. Good guess. I don't think electric or steel have been mentioned. The answer, that is of a type that has been mentioned because of fairy. I know that I'm thinking of the rock part. Is that what happens when you give a fucking EV... Is that when you give an evolution a blunt? Jinx? No, but you are now on the right type. I can't remember if it is not Payless Wine. Nope. Vulpix? Nope. Although I like where your head's at with Vulpix. I'm assuming Alolan Vulpix was implied when Vulpix was said. Based on the fact that I did pretty much say it was an ice type and fire types had already been mentioned. It is not a Alolan Sandshrew. I'll say more Planet Robot music. Spiel? It is not Spiel. It would have been funny to get the life-size Spiel though. That would have been really funny. Bronzor? No. Yeah, we have determined that it is an ice type. An Ice Terra Bronzor does not count. Snom? It is not Snom. Well, it is not Sneasel. I think it's Snorunt and Frostlass with back-to-back guesses. That's funny, but not correct. Amara? No, that one would be fun. That'd be fun one day. I do love me some Amara. Not Snover. And hey, it's time for the Hell Racetrack. Oh boy. Fun. No, you actually spelled it correctly. That is how you spell Ice Cube. But it's not Ice Cube. Anyway, yeah, this track sucks, so, and I may have to lock in a little bit considering how much I don't like this track. God, the fact that we had to do this earlier in the goddamn absolute piece of shit car that we were in. That is correct, it is Glaceon. On the track, it's too long for its own good and has too many corners to cover it. I just didn't hit the brakes in time there, that's on me. You see, I know if I said that it's an evolution, then that would have just given it away on the spot, so it's not like it's a type represented by an evolution. And it's a Pokemon I like. Glaceon is my favorite evolution. So, there we are. Also, the track is so small, it's hard to pass other cars in without bumping them. To be fair, I had no way to imply it was an evolution again without giving the game away. Which is why I just said it was the type of an evolution. Because eventually you'd get to the evolutions themselves. The problem is, if I said something like, it is the type that is represented by the evolutions, potentially including an evolution, then that would, like, cause people to go for the evolutions immediately. Which, I mean, yeah, I guess you would have guessed it, but, you know. I know it to imply it could have been one of the evolutions without without people just being and immediately diving on the evolutions. I wanted to make it at least a little bit more interesting. But yeah, as I said, since Glaceon is not only my favorite evolution, it's also, I think it's my favorite ice type. I think I remember calling it my favorite ice type. So, yeah. It's not even really for a lack of choices either, right? There's lack of choices for ice type, I should say. Gave that in. Oof. Yeah, when you said Vulpix, I was like, I like where your head's at because, you know, they're both ice foxes. Or at least fox adjacent. Tough choices. Fair. Yeah, no, I grabbed the Glaceon plush alongside the hoodie. I like how I just held down the accelerator that entire section there. I didn't hit the brakes or ease off of it once. Oh, so this track's a lot more bearable when you're in a good car and not in the worst piece of shit known to man. got my point stand. This track is still too long for its own good. It was a smart choice to hit the brakes there. Also, I'm not doing the E thing that I did last time. As that got annoying to me. I can only imagine how annoying it sounds on screen. Well, I said we, not E, but since I said we for so long, it just sounds like I was saying E. Is this in the indicator for EV more? I mean, I can see both sides of the debate, because it's like, it's not an evolution, but it is part of the family. Honestly, part of the reason I didn't do the E there is because you already have the engine drone going on. You don't want to be adding to that shit. I tried reading the message that got posted in OBS and I still like hit the wall there. Evolution. I guess it's a large evolution of Eevee. Remember, don't chat and drive. God, this track is so much faster in this car. Holy shit. Normally I'm going into that archway back there at the 2-minute mark. Maybe even a little bit after the 2-minute mark. Is the fun of racing? It's going. We used garbage car earlier, now we're in good car, and we'll be in this car for the rest of the stream. Hi, how are you? Welcome on in. Hopefully you're having a good day. Oh, I went too wide there. Hopefully you've been having a good day so far, and continue to have a good day afterwards. It's been 5 years since I've been on this track in an R1 car, R1 class car. And by that I mean the endurance. Fun fact, Forza Horizon, Motorsport 3 has endurance races, and the R1 class endurance race is on this racetrack. I almost lost control there. Driving makes you lose control. I have read the how have I been message, but I haven't read the message prior. I kind of need to lock in a little bit on this track. It's hard to yap. Whoa, okay. Interesting exit. Fair enough, I appreciate it. Regardless, hopefully work goes well. I went off track there. Oof. Oof. Well, that was a bad time to say lock. Fuck. That was a hilarious time to say lock in. You know, I'm doing alright. We're nearing the end of our Forza adventure. We have the rest of this race, one race afterwards, and then the final endurance race, and then we're done. So we still got at least another hour of stream, if not another hour and a bit. I'll tentatively say at least an hour and a half, but it's probably a bit less than that. I saw a comment mail-in rebate, but I can't read the rest of it. One moment. We're almost at the end of the race anyway, so. No. It will not be, although I do already have all the teams on the main account, so, you know. It's basically just, the main goal of this one was just to play all the races, I guess. Okay, there we go. I can actually read chat properly now. It has been 3 rounds in a row now. Crazy. I love our Lego Forza next. See, that would permit me to actually have the Forza games where there is Lego Forza Horizon. Because I don't have them. This is just to beat them all. Effectively, yeah. All achievements, I'm pretty sure, is actually just impossible now. Because of the online. The one for, at the very least, there's one for, I think, winning 10 cars on the auction house, and the auction house has been dead for years. And by dead, I mean literally shut down. Pressing, yeah. I don't even know if the online servers themselves are still up for this game. They were, again, they were when I last played this back in 2019, but that was also like 5.5 years ago, so. Oh. Yeah, after this race, we'll have one more to go, but it's the last endurance race, and that endurance race is going to take like, according to my quick maths, my girl maths even, it'll probably take about an hour. It's carbon color. Yes, the only reason I tend not to do that is because I'll get rid of the rest of the stuff on the car, which, granted, is all just fucking branding and stuff, but, you know, it will do that. I believe you can make any car a different color. decals. Nope, custom decals are in this game. I mean, hell, I had one on a car earlier. It was when we were driving the fucking absolute piece of shit car. So I was like, you know what, this car's probably gonna suck. Let me just put the fun flag on the, like, over the roof of it. And like the hood in the front of it, basically just the top of it. Is that possible? It is! It is possible. I don't know if that's within my skill set, but it's possible. Actually, that corner not fair. That was a little low at this point. But I was also complaining. I was complaining about that car for like an hour. But I mean, obviously, you know, if you're busy, you're busy. For the final race. I mean, I guess they could put the funny flag all over it, right? I said the funny flag, the cool one. This is the only decal I have set up, to be honest. It's the only one I did. Let's see, this was good luck. I know I pulled an eternal 6 cents in a run and I ended up being a crazy good run. But yeah. I don't even know what that looks like. I'm gonna be completely real. Like, right, I also pulled the Eternal 6 cents on the Ghost deck with the Hex, so at least I was able to make it times mult. But it was definitely the Joker that was absolutely the weakest in that one run I'm talking about. I fed that hologram a lot. That's when you get Blueprint and did I get Brainstorm? I know I got Blueprint and a certificate. That was a fun run. Also, no Gia, me saying I don't know what it looks like is not me wanting to know what it looks like. I know you probably knew that, but you know, just in case you thought it'd be funny to mention like at the Apollo Joker. Well, I mean, that's a good one. If you can destroy your 6 cent, your 6 cards, then I mean, you could always try and hope you pull like an incantation or something. Pick it up. You know, fair, and sometimes you might not want that on your search history either. I don't know how invested you are in that, but. Oh, fuck that 3. Candidate 3 didn't make the top 10 again. Honestly, there are some people. There are people out there who are crazy good at designs for cars and stuff. I am not one of those people, but there are people out there who are. I think the best thing I ever did was back during the Forza Horizon 1 days. I made like a Diglett. Not that that's particularly complicated to do, but still. It's like how in Call of Duty Black Ops 2 multiplayer, I made my emblem a Diglett with glasses. And I mean, hey, it beats seeing the random shit that the fucking average Call of Duty player would make. Like, you know, boobs, or cock, or the more offensive things. What's this Sparta meme? Amazing. Yeah, I really like that big one. I know what you're talking about. It's just funny. 2012 moment for sure. Certified 2012 memes. Oh, I don't think that was a meme in 2012. That's a meme from way earlier, but you know. An older meme. It's an older meme, but it checks out. Ironically, that meme itself is an old meme, but it's an older meme and it checks out. Move, Toyota. Actually, no, that doesn't really change anything. You do not, sadly, you do not get two petrol cards from it. So you've actually not really been missing out on anything, so don't worry about that. I know this because I have tried. Losing anyway. No, don't lose. You need to win. Losing is bad. Winning is good. Good advice. Listen. You can only really give general advice for a game like Balatro. Unless you're someone who's looking at the specific run, you can't really give specific advice. But it's funnier to say, don't lose, just win forehead. I mean, I remember saying that for an entire run, and then I won the run. I'm like, this is the stupidest run I've ever won. What the fuck just happened? I think it was my purple stake abandoned deck run. It was certainly a run of all time. There's probably an invisible wall there, but it'd be really funny if you could drive through that. Man, it'd be great if I wasn't, you know, in this fucking gravel pit. Hold on. Excuse me? You just called your 6 cents. That may, I guess it was eternal, so you couldn't. But yeah. But that may be a good thing to sell out these 6 cents, but you literally couldn't, so. I mean, yeah. Luckily, we're lapping them, not like barely ahead of them, so we're fine. The race is over, but my car got fucked up at the end there. Hey, time for a new car and a lot of money. And in the final race. Well, I guess we customize our car first. And then we do the final one. A new car and a ton of money. That's 766,000 money, oh my god. 766,000 is a lot of money. Honestly, it probably, like, I think your best play there might have been the Hollow Joker. I might actually be your best one to copy. If you're not already. I guess that's how much scoring's coming from your cards. Do I better click A there? But yeah, we only have the endurance race left to do. So what I'm first going to do is I'm going to paint the car. Never mind, I cannot. I thought I could, I cannot. My bad. I genuinely remember. I feel like I remember trying to paint one of these before. Hold on. Let's try an R2 class car. I'm curious. Okay, no, you never could. Okay, my bad. I thought I could. I guess you can in future games, but not in this one. At least I'm pretty sure you can in future games. Before I do that though, I do need to go to the bathroom. So, one moment. I have returned. Okay, final race. I should be it now. I tried to customize the paint job, but the game said no. Yeah, I think I remember that. I think it's like trading card in regard, but maybe I'm wrong. I think trading card may activate twice, but I'm not sure. But yeah, no, that it kind of sucks. But ooh. I mean, hey, I guess just keep throwing cards in your deck and go for a high card, right? Go for a high card setup, or maybe like pair. That oof. Unfortunate, but not all runs are meant to be. But yeah, trying to see this car and this track for the next like hour. So no transfers to the supercar. It really did. It's true transphobia in this house of the car. Not in the house that I live. That'd be no. Well, not for me. That'd be weird. I know, right? It's first allowed me to add it to all my other cars that were an R-Class car, but it really didn't want me to do it to the R-Class car. What a hate-filled game series. SMH my head. I'll say, I definitely could have split this up into 2 different streams. Well, I didn't. I could have done this for stream yesterday instead of Deluxe, but hey. I like Deluxe. I mean, I like this too, but I like Deluxe more. And it gives us a difference. I guess I could have also done this tomorrow, like the other half, for the back half, but eh. As I normally don't stream on Thursday, and it would have been a bit of a tight squeeze to fit out my schedule for tomorrow anyway, so better to do it all in one day. Yeah, sometimes the game's like, yo, you only need one tough, them's the brakes, buddy, them's the brakes. It sucks. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a 35 lap long one, so you know, if anyone's anyone to want to talk about, that would be the time. Dinosaur. Are we including fictional dinosaurs or not? Yes, Gia. Punching way down. Whenever you're free and I'm free. I mean, I'm free a lot, but it's meant so yes, kind of just whenever you're free. And you wanna be a real fictional dinosaur. Amora or Aurorus. I love those little dinosaurs. Also, I assume when you say Ray Dow, you mean the arch-tempered one, and not just like a regular one or tempered one? Yes. Yes! Pitch biscuit. You know, I thought they were adding that later on in the year, but I guess they just added it, so okay. I mean, Monster Hunter Sunday is probably still gonna happen this week, even if my sleep schedule means I'll be like in the middle of the fucking day my time, but you know. There's apparently poggers. Oh? Unique materials from it? Or do you mean like poggers in terms... Do you mean poggers in terms of the design, or in terms of like effects? Same. I think when it comes to the armor, our vibes for it are not that dissimilar. I say that knowing that we had, at least last time we played, we had some shared pieces. God, I've really been playing this game for 8 hours at this point, almost. But hey, we'll be done. Level 6 is in. Card. Well, I tend to start getting some lucky cards online. Get some lucky cards, get that lucky cat, boom, you're off to the races. I mean, I know it's easier said than done, but you know. Since now you can try and deck fix to whatever hand you want to play. So we're going towards that. Fair. Oh, Bloodstone, oops, is pretty good, yeah. Yeah. Maybe start deck fixing towards face now. I mean, face cards would be good so you can get like a sock. But obviously, you know, that's risky because the evil and intimidating plant. Well, okay, I looked away to read that comment and I crashed. Well, at least that was a quick recovery. Rip the bumper, though. Again, don't chat and drive. Okay, so yeah, I guess no soft, no photograph. Time for lucky then. Think he's not gonna burn it? That's fair. If you can get like a Bloodstone and a Lucky Cat, that would go pretty hard with your current setup. Or honestly, even wild cards in case of emergency, right? Death one of them? Hell yeah. I think Lucky Cat is probably my favorite Tiny Small Joker, just because of scaling Tiny Small Joker, just because of the serotonin you get from hitting a lucky hit. For PSN in May. Hey Gia. Hey Gia. I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure your computer would be able to handle it, so... I mean, I guess if it's free on PSN, you may as well grab it, but like, you know... The PC version is better because mods. Mods are fun. Plus, the controls better on PC because you don't have to use a controller. It's a lot easier to drag shit with the mouse. Then it's the mindset of them with the controller. They have it. What, you don't want to play? Don't worry, I get it, it's not your game. I'm just having fun. I'm being a jokester, being a goof. Just out of spite. What to do it? I assume you mean don't. I assume you meant not do it out of spite there. Unless you're gonna play the game out of spite, in which case, go for it. Question mark. Okay, let's get think about an hour. Not an hour from now, just an hour 12. Not this, but okay. Still, I mean, let's be fair. If it's free and you have it, like, it might be at least something you can try. You can obviously try it out, but, you know. If you're not interested, then you're not interested. Or you might be interested and you're just, as you said, not playing out of spite. I don't know. Get voucher. Fair. Fair. Oop. We're doing badly. Yeah, sometimes you just want to grab a voucher, even if it's not the greatest, just to get out of the pool, to try and get something better. That's valid. Negative blood. Oh, hey, there you go. That's peak if you have the money for it. Oh, fuck yeah. Understandable. I know that both myself and our mutual that introduced me to Velotra would be interested in you playing it. Obviously, we'd let you take things at your own pace, and if you needed help, you could always ask. Maybe help you get $220 trucks in the last run. There, well, that's good. Fair. I mean, I guess baseball card helps your score there. Considering you've got Bloodstone, you got Oops, you got Trading Card. That's at least 3. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Game is current. I mean, honestly, your run's looking pretty good. Just hopefully you don't get fucking cocked by the boss blind that kills hearts. Main reason I didn't play. To be fair, it's literally just the poker hands. As you've seen, it plays nothing like actual poker. It just uses the hands for like the base. I hope not. The run looks like it, or sounds like it's pretty fucking good. Like the hand specifically? Huh. Ah. I mean, I know it's a lot more complicated in poker, but it's definitely a lot easier to grasp in Balatro. As I said, hopefully you don't get fucked by the boss blind. I remember I once got I think I once scored like 4 billion in Ante 4, only for the Ante 5 boss to be something that completely killed me, and I was like, god damn it, that was so good. I think I had like Trib, Glass, Sock and Buskin, Red Seal, Queens. I think I also had a DNA to copy them. And maybe Blueprint, but I don't remember exactly. But I checked my screenshots of that run. So I took a screenshot of the Ante 4 part, where I got the 4 billion. I said it was a juiced as fuck run, but the boss blind just ruined it. And I had no way around it. Well, that... I mean, obviously that's not... That helps! But Recon is definitely the better one. It's everything ye. I know I play Balatro quite fast, but it helps that I have like 300 hours of experience in the game at this point, so it's like, yeah, I think I can get away with that, but obviously, you know, if someone wants help, I can play slower to like explain shit. Or I can just help them like watching, you know. Plus, obviously, Balatro's not a fucking hefty game. So, I mean, hell, your phone can run it. Your computer could probably very easily run Balatro watching yours. I mean, honestly, if people wanted it, if people were interested, I could maybe do, like, a session where I'm just, where I, like, do a few runs and, like, explain my thought processes. And people who wanted to try and learn could, like, watch. Or obviously, you know, if someone else were to play, I could offer my advice on what I may or may not do in the situation, but obviously nobody would ever have to take that advice. But, you know, ideas. Obviously, I'm not the best bilateral player out there, but obviously I have some... I gotta have some skill at it to get completionist plus plus. Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Might be worth, I mean, I guess. It's a lot of fun. It is, it's just, it definitely adds a lot of, more complicated things to understand. Like, obviously none of the hands are modified, but there's definitely a lot more mechanics in Pokemon. So you definitely want to get to grips with base bilateral first if you're wanting to play it. I would highly recommend that. It's funny, but not gonna take it. You know what would be really funny if you found a soul card and got a Canio. I have yet to have a Canio Paradolia run, but that would be crazy funny. That's good, that's good. Also, unless you're able to get something even better, definitely keep a hold of that trading card even when you stop using it in case your boss blind is Verdant Leaf. Obviously, it'll get to the point where you don't necessarily need the deck thinning of it anymore, but it definitely comes in handy to keep for Verdant Leaf. Just in case. Got one achievement. I mean, that's fair. That's valid. That one is surprisingly a lot more difficult than getting 80 cards in your hand. But because there's a lot more ways to add cards than there is to remove cards. It's like how out of the enhanced suit Jokers, Bloodstone and Arrowhead are a lot easier to get than Onyx Agate and Rough Gem. Achievement either. I say, bro, that's not that hard. Hell yeah, congrats on that achievement. That's why hidden land music. And space to get it off. Hey, that 10 of spades might become the 10 of spades that's used for the oops all 10 of spades deck. Aces Hearts. Holy shit, Ace of Spades wild card? Is that a fucking Alvarad reference? Oh, that was a goofy joke. I think Brew would make that one funny. Whoa, okay, don't do that. And Hitman's on the blueprint. Oh, okay then. Well, that's just that kind of like wins. It's way better. Honestly, it's way better than having a the baseball card. Like, the baseball card is good. Don't get me wrong, but the blueprint is just better. I know I said you probably have some other ones you can get rid of, but either the baseball card or the trading card, which is funny because they're both cards. Unless you have something else you can get rid of, but I don't think you do. Obviously, not the Oops. Not the Oops, not the Cat, not the Bloodstone. And not the Chat, because that's a good re-trigger effect. For Bloodstone and Luckies. Because that's the thing, right? You have like 3 avenues you could go there. You can either go Hanging Chad to like blueprint the Hanging Chad to try and get more lucky procs. You could blueprint Bloodstone to just win more. I mean, I guess you get rid of the trading card and keep the baseball card and duplicate the baseball card, but like that's just worse than copying the Bloodstone. Too much money. I guess that's fair. Yeah, no worries. That's a valid choice. That's probably what I would go for. Since I guess the baseball card does stop. Okay, if baseball card's eternal, then yeah, okay, then trading card it is. Bye trading card. Yeah. I guess just a question of what to sell if you run into Verdant Leaf, right? Like I said, it depends entirely. Do you want to just win more with Bloodstone? Do you want to try and scale Lucky Cat more by copying the Chad? I think trying to scale the Cat more, since you're already just winning, is probably a good idea. Because by copying Chad, as I said, you scale the Cat more. By scaling the Cat more, it makes it a little bit better in case of emergency where you can't play your best hand for whatever reason. I guess that's true. Verdant Leaf. I guess Amber Acorn. I guess your best bet there would be like Cerulean Bell. That is just not a boss point at all for you. Cerulean Bell is relevant. Violet Vessel is, I think that's also relevant given the score you're getting. Crimson Heart is fairly relevant. Verdant Leaf is, as we said, as we know, is definitely the worst one, but you can just reroll it. I said, here's the thing though, if you're already winning without the copy effect on the Bloodstone, I would definitely try and scale Lucky Cat at that point, if you're already winning with the Bloodstone. Yeah, sure, it's fun to win more, But, as I said, leveling up Lucky Cat's fun. You'll get more hits if you do that. Or more potential hits if you do that. And then when you start getting to the point you need to copy Bloodstone, you can. So that's my take, obviously. Don't let me fucking play the game for you. I'm stopping advice. Oh, no. I mean copy the Chad to scale Cat more, is what I'm saying. If you still have the Chad. I think you said it was a negative? Or maybe I'm misremembering. Or maybe you got rid of it, I don't know. Okay, that sounds like you still have the Chad, okay. Which one did I die? Ah. The hollow Chad. Oh yeah, the hollow Chad. Oh yeah. That would be my plan until you need to get to the point where you're copying Bloodstone, since at that point copying Bloodstone is definitely better for you, since you're getting 2.25x off of every card, which scales a little faster. But while you're just winning outright, just may as well get the lucky card boosts. Plus, you know, more chance for more money as well by doing that. Also, hey, we passed the halfway point. Yay! I think when we get to the line, the finish line for this lap, I am gonna quickly hydrate because my mouth is starting to get dry, and I definitely need to hydrate. Yep, there it is. There we go. Okay, one moment. The game's giving you a run to that it wants you to win. That's pretty funny. Well, at that point, may as well, right? Got nothing else to do. Steals. May as well. Oh, yep, you're gonna be winning for a while, that's for sure. Yeah, I think you're gonna be. I think you are. I mean, you know, outside of like an errant boss blind or whatever, you are safe until ante 10. Ante 10 is when you might need to start up. Obviously, you know, that's at your current stage. You'll still be able to scale a little bit more. But yeah. I've thought about it. I thought about potentially getting it. More roguelites would be fun. Maybe I should ask for a roguelite obsessed mutual, you know? I said I would like to play Emerald Rogue like more, get more of those monotypes done, but I said I just need to be in the specific mindset since a run in Emerald Grove is at least an hour and a half long. And it's like, since that's why I play Belatra so much in comparison, because like it is a lot more digestible. Emerald Grove is fun, but I have to be in a concentrate mode. True, true. You know, I've not played Risk of Rain 2 in years. Maybe at some point I'll go back and play that again, I don't know. Racing gunfire players. I would say it's a Venn diagram, but if it were a Venn diagram, it'd be a fucking circle. Probably the most annoying boss blind that is not like gonna kill you, because you kind of just win regardless of where the blueprint is, to be fair. But if you want to optimize it, it's like, sure, like it doesn't matter at all, but like if you want to optimize blueprint, it does. God, shout out to when I was going for Completionist Plus. I managed to get a Seance through a run, despite not playing straight flushes at all, because I guess the rest of my jokers were just that strong. Cryptid. Well, hey, Cryptid's a good one. Ace Taliban's also good for money, but you're kind of getting a lot of money already from your luckies, so. But I mean, you know, Talisman's never bad. Oh, a Mega Spectral pack then? Oh, hell yeah. Then yeah, at that point, do it. Get some more tarot cards. Wow, there is a gulf. Like a massive gulf between 4th and 3rd. What the fuck? That's crazy. Like, I am in the middle of that gulf between 4th and 3rd while I am still in 1st. Well, we're almost at the 40-minute mark. I'm gonna get that car after this race. I may or may not just create a gulf between second and third. Mr. Volkswagen's got 311 million. That's crazy. That's a good one. That's certainly a good showing. Oh, even better. Let's go. That's a new achievement, yeah? We'll get the bad decision. I mean, hey, you can maybe get like a modified heart rate. Imagine getting a polychrome and unlocking that polychrome. Hello? Upgrade your score even more. I wouldn't call Illusionary an objectively bad decision because one, it does clear out like a full set of vouchers, and as I said, you can potentially get like a red seal or a polychrome, or honestly even a polychrome red seal. Hell fucking yeah, that's completionist, baby. Oh, there go the next 10 minutes with this track. Sub 145, let's go! Holy crap, picture baseball card. I mean, I guess that means that now goes at the front, right? 25% of the time, every time. That could be you if you're brave enough. God, why was that the first response joke that came into my head? Sorry if that was not a good one. That was the first thing that came to mind. Okay, I've been playing this game for 8.5 hours. Do I sound okay? Blink twice if I need help. 600,000 gem apples. Well, I mean, hey, 6/10 of the way to make me suffer again. Okay. Pushing the front open. Foiled again. Cannot stop winning. True. I mean, to be fair, it's you do have oops, so it's actually 50%, not 25%. I did just realize that. So it's more often than you think right now, but, you know, still. Or full oops. I mean, hey, you still can't stop winning, right? You're still hitting those 50-50s. Face down, oh no, anyway. My car's better than yours. Every time I shit talk someone that pass them, I immediately like fuck up. So watch I like crash and burn right now. Then again, the one thing I've learned is that trash talking attracts the raccoons who then proceed to eat the trash that's coming out of your mouth. Thanks Monster Chrome 4 for teaching me that one. Dirty. Listen, it's very funny because I'm pretty sure I prevented someone from winning a Puyo Puyo tournament because of that. In universe, I unleashed 3 hungry raccoons to eat the trash talk coming out of the enemies, like that person's mouth. It was very funny. Also, congrats on the polychrome cat. Congratulations on the gay lucky cat. Well, there you go. That's a good one to hit. Time to start copying that. Potentially red sealing it if possible. I'll say honestly, a little bit off stream, I have been playing Monster Prom 4. Man, I forgot how fucking funny that series could be. Holy shit, that game is so fucking funny. Can't use the cards edition already. Lamau. Sadly, that also means you can't use an Ecto again, like anymore, but that's funny. I think the problem is that it's a game that feels weird to stream alone. It's definitely a game that's much more, much funnier when you have friends to play it. Also, like I say, like I usually do, I've actually never streamed a Monster Prom game. I have played them on a stream, but that was not my stream. I only just recorded my side of things. But I have never streamed a Monster Prom game. As it stands, I have like 2 friends who have the game. Or something. More people to play it. Hey, Gio, do you want to play it? The entire series is on sale right now. Last I checked, it was on sale because of the newest game coming out. So you know. Look into it. I think the first game and the second game are like $3 because of them being on sale. But I will say the first and second games definitely have the most iffy servers, so I've definitely disconnected from people more in those games than otherwise, which is helpful, very much so. Yes, very. The games are very horny in like an over-the-top funny way. They're very raunchy. And I will say, there are like toggles for that stuff if that's not your thing. At the very least, I just think it's funny. Well, that's probably a big loss in score. I mean, I guess you know, just play it the next hand afterwards, right? The flush. I was saying, I'm surprised Bree hasn't picked up the newest games. I know she has 1 and 2. Or the best looked into the newest game. I know it's not necessarily picking up because money is a thing. But you know. It just isn't funny. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. I think it's so over the top in like the Motorsport games. It's like it goes from being like potentially a little weird to just so funny by just being so outrageous. Humor. Kind of. I wouldn't call it absurd humor. It's just, I guess, humor out of absurd situations. Next to oops instead of Chad. Oh no. The double dice that does nothing. I mean, to explain something that happened when I was playing it the other day, I was forced into helping 2 of the characters with a random guy that they had taken hostage and tied to a chair. They were going to try and kill the guy, and one of my options was to cover them in like whiskey. And make it like, you know, make them smell like alcohol so they wouldn't be believed, right? What ended up happening was I did that. For the record, this was not a failure condition. This is just the natural outcome of the event, that particular option that I chose. One of the characters are like, suddenly I feel like smoking a cigarette. Oops, dropped on the guy. Because the guy was covered in alcohol, I burst into flames. And then the other character who like came with the character, like the guy tied to the chair, decided to prevent the hotel room from being set on fire. Push the chair tied man out of the window. I am assuming this is a pretty high up window for what it's worth. Then throw a note down explaining that it was supposed to be a or it was, as a cover-up, supposed to be like a demonstration. And then when the event was pretty much over, the guy managed to get out of the chair and run away while still on fire. It's a lot more funnier in motion than I can describe it. But it's so over the top that it's like so funny. Hey, we're almost done. 3 more laps. Negative luchador. Well, that's helpful. One day, if you want to, I could always just like stream, like Discord stream a round of the game. Whenever we're both free for that to happen. Obviously, you don't have to take me up on that offer. I just figured I'd offer it so you can at least see what it's like. Didn't you have the luchador? Well, that would have been the safety play at the very least. I mean, still, it was a good run. Even outside of that, it was a good run. True. I mean, we're gonna complete this race before the 9-hour mark at least, but like, God. I'm definitely gonna fucking vibe out after this. I'm probably just gonna sit in my chair and my brains are gonna fucking melt out of my skull. I'm also gonna get my hands at rest, because holding down the right trigger a lot kind of wears on my fingers. My trigger fingers. You know what? I got the glass cartridge, like shattering two glass ones really early, and you know, I think that's why it took me, like, I was not getting good glass breaking luck for the glass joker when I was trying to use it. Hey, final lap. I mean, for that one, apparently you can just do magic deck, like the Zodiac deck. You start off with 3 vouchers and then just buy 2 before Ante 4. Getting 1 glass card killed. I mean, I guess your best bet would be to get an oops, and I'll do it that way. I get an oops all 6 and just have a full-handed glass, if possible. It's sadly you cannot get achievements and challenges, because there would be a very easy challenge to get that achievement. There's also a very easy one to get the $400 achievement as well. I think that with mods you can enable achievements and challenges, but I can also understand that people don't want to do that because that may just be kind of cheating. I did not have that. I did not do that. By the time I started using mods, the only achievements I even had left were Completionist Plus and Completionist Plus Plus. So it wouldn't really have changed anything. Yay! It's done! Yippee! Let's check our gamer score and achievements now. Ah, nice! All gold, all race types, and all gold endurance. That's it. I will say, my gamer score is very funny, but it is about to get ruined. That is a very nice value, but it is about to get ruined. At least allegedly it should. Yep, there it is. God damn you, France, you ruined the funny! $950,000 more money. Ooh, yay, we did it! Yippee! Wow, that car is so much worse than the one I'm using now, holy shit. And we're done! Everything is done! Yay! Now let's go up to our coolest car and be done with the game. There it is. There's our coolest car. And now we're gonna 100%. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, no, I'm gonna pause music, but that is it for this stream, this game. Yippee! It's over. But yes, that's going to be it for this recording though. So goodbye, YouTube.